Last call for Class 2 Intermediate Showmanship. Wyatt Swinford, Jackson Fight, Lainey Mendenhall, Kaylee Smith, Trip Ball, Maddie Higgins, Audrey Davis, Coulter Galloway, and Ella Huff. Last call for Class 2 Intermediate Showmanship.
In our first heat of intermediate showmanship out here, a few things, guys, that we're looking for. We want to keep those pigs moving at a constant, even pace, 10 to 15 feet away from the judge at all times. We want to make sure we don't cross in front as much as we can relative to, where we position that pig and the showman. We want to try to keep that head level, keep that pig moving, and then be able to obviously have some eye contact, knowing where the judge is at all times. I think it's very important, and it's tough to do those things all at the same time. I had someone tell me at one point, he said, showing pigs is not a natural thing to do. It is one of those things that, you're not born with just saying, oh, yep, I know how to show a pig. It takes a lot of skill and work set at home. So even if you don't get picked today relative to that final drive, I want you to remember, that what you're doing out here is very, very important from a longevity standpoint in this livestock project. With that said, thought there were several out here that were really good, very, very close to making the cut, and then there were a couple that I thought needed to come back for our champion drive. One of them would be this young lady right here with this Duroc barrel. Congratulate her. She's going to come back for our champion drive. Another one is the young man with the blue belted barrel over here. We're going to bring him back for the champion drive. And then this young man right here in front of me with this Hereford barrel. Congratulations.
Class 3 Intermediate Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Eva Beckner, Amara Garber, Logan Bates, Avery Hills, Wyatt Rude, Olivia Higgins, Brody McKinney, and Jonathan Schnarr. Class 3 Intermediate Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. We'd like to take a minute to introduce our judge today, Ben Cooley from Sterling, Colorado. Ben is a graduate of Colorado State University with a degree in animal science. He was a member of the 2002 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team. He's a former animal science professor and livestock judging coach at Northeastern Junior College, and he is currently a livestock production specialist for Zoetis, and he is co-owner of Flatland Show Pigs, where he runs about 80 sows. Let's give a round of applause for our judge today, Ben Cooley. Last call for Class 3 Intermediate Showmanship: Eva Beckner, Amara Garber, Logan Bates, Avery Hills, Wyatt Rude, Olivia Higgins, Brody McKinney, and Jonathan Schnarr. Last call for Class 3 Intermediate Showmanship.
In our second heat of intermediate showmanship out in the ring here. Another really deep heat with a lot of good showmen out here. We're going to bring back this young man with his blue rump barrel right here. He'll come back for our champion drive. The young lady right here directly in front of me with the belted hog's going to come back for our champion drive. Congratulations to her. And then the young lady over there with the white kilt, we're going to bring her back as well for the champion drive. Congratulations.
Class 4 Intermediate Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Hallie Scheller, Grace Reynolds, Braxton Stahlbaum, Tegan Horney, Jesse Bishop, Liam Travis, Joni Swinford, and Brenner Underwood. Class 4 Intermediate Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Also, just a heads up, we will not be taking a lunch break today. We'll be rolling right through the show, so just keep that in mind. And also, please remember that the auction paperwork deadline is at noon today, and you can find those forms in the 4-H office. Last call, Class 4 Intermediate Showmanship: Hallie Scheller, Grace Reynolds, Braxton Stahlbaum, Tegan Horney, Jesse Bishop, Liam Travis, Joni Swinford, and Brenner Underwood. Class 4 Intermediate Showmanship, please make your way to the show arena.
Another very competitive heat of intermediate showmen out here. Two young people going to come back here. One's going to be the young man in the red shirt directly in front of me right here. The other one is going to be the young lady in the green striped shirt over here. Congratulations to her.
Class 5 Intermediate Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Elena Tebby, Waylon Grinstead, Jocelyn McNutt, Mackenzie Pickard, Ty Schultz, Jackson Ritter, Akira Parker-Schmidt, and Braxton Zeller. Class 5 Intermediate Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. We would like to take a moment to thank our sponsor for today's show, Co-Alliance. If we can please give them a round of applause. Last call for Class 5 Intermediate Showmanship, Elena Tebby, Waylon Grinstead, Jocelyn McNutt, Mackenzie Pickard, Ty Schultz, Jackson Ritter, Akira Parker Schmidt, and Braxton Zeller. Last call for Class 5 Intermediate Showmanship.
Fourth heat of intermediate showmanship out here, and I thought there were two young people that need to come back. That'd be the two young ladies right over here with these belted hogs. We'll bring them back for the champion trial.
Class 1 Junior Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Elena Hansen, Cooper Newby, Colton Fight, Abby Scheller, Landon Glunt, Nola Milet, Madeline Roberts, Cooper Kilfoyle, and Olivia Underwood. Class 1 Junior Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Last call for Class 1 Junior Showmanship. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Elena Hansen, Cooper Newby, Colton Fight, Abby Scheller, Landon Glunt, Nola Milet, Madeline Roberts, Cooper Kilfoyle, and Olivia Underwood. Last call for Class 1 Junior Showmanship.
Another very nice last heat of our intermediate showmanship. We're going to bring back the young man with the Hereford gill driving directly in front of me right here. Congratulations to him. And we're going to bring back this young lady right here with the Poland gill. Congratulations to those two. Nice job.
Class 2, Junior Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Lily Henderson, Levi Roberts, Brinley Zeller, Jack Higgins, Ayla Garber, Carson Richards, Kinley Privet, McKinley Stahlbaum, and Austin Tebby. Class 2, Junior Showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Last call for Class 2 Junior Showmanship. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Lily Henderson, Levi Roberts, Brinley Zeller, Jack Higgins, Ayla Garber, Carson Richards, Kinley Privet, McKinley Stahlbaum, and Austin Tebby. Class 2 Junior Showmanship, please be making your way to the makeup arena.
first heat of junior showman out here, and a very, very nice deep group out here. Kids are doing a really nice job. Again, things that start to separate, you know, a few from the pack relative to where we want to be and how we want to show these. We obviously need to have some good eye contact, know where I'm at all times. We want to keep that hog driving through traffic, and that can be challenging when you have this many in a class. Thought there were 3 that did that extremely well. Young man with the Berkshire gilt directly in front of me, he'll come back for that champion drive. Congratulations to him. Young man over there with the Duroc gilt will bring him back, and then the young lady right here with the Hampshire barrel will bring those 3 back. Congratulations.
Class 3 junior showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Bridget McKinney, Chloe Schultz, Ben Longhorn, Noah Rowland, Clay Eggleton, Max Grau, Davey Scheller, Faith Lehman, and Tucker Miller. Class 3 junior showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Attention in the swine barn. Let's make sure we're going ahead and getting those Burt gilts ready for class 1 and 2, as we'll be calling them up momentarily.
Another very tough heat of junior showmen out here, and several that were really, really close to making that cut. We're going to go ahead and bring back this young man with the Duroc barrel directly in front of me. We'll bring him back to that champion drive. Young lady with the Hereford directly in front of me, we'll bring her back as well. And then the young lady with the Poland barrel over here, we'll bring her back as well. Big round of applause for those 3.
Class 4 junior showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Eliana Roberts, Charlotte Underwood, Connor Zeller, John Huff, Casey Newby, Jacob Glunt, and Carrington Roberts. Class 4 junior showmanship, please make your way to the makeup arena. Reminder that if you want to sign up for the auction, the deadline is at 12 p.m. today. You can find those forms in the main 4-H office. Also, don't forget to sign. We have our direct hog auction sign-ups in the barn on each end, so please be sure to write your name on that list.
Third heat of junior showmen out here, and a very nice group of 6 showmen doing a nice job working those hogs around the ring. Thought there were 2 that really separated themselves. Young lady with the Poland barrel directly in front of me. She'll come back for the champion drive. Young lady with the Duroc barrel directly in front of me here. Congratulations. Class 1, Burt Giltz, please make your way to the makeup arena. Gabe Snyder and Landon Glunt. Class 1, Burt Giltz, please make your way to the makeup arena. In our final heat of junior showmen out here, another very, very deep heat out here. 3 showmen that I thought separated themselves pretty comfortably. Young man in the pink shirt right here, we'll bring him back for the champion drive. The young lady with the red Duroc yoke right here is going to come back for the champion drive. And the young lady with the belted hog right here directly in front of me. We'll bring those 3 back. Congratulations.
Class 1, Burt Giltz should be in the makeup arena. Gabe Snyder and Landon Glunt. Class 2 Burke Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Ava Lee, Tanner Dawson, Lily Henderson, Audrey Davis, Cole Ritter, Ty Kramer, and Larry Endicott. Class 1 and 2 Berkshire Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. We have a lot of great help that is behind the scenes and in the ring today that helps put this show on, late nights and early mornings. If we can just give everybody that are volunteers a round of applause. We'd like to thank them for their help. This would be impossible without them.
Well, as we start our Breeding Guild show today, really looking forward to this. Obviously, the quality is going to be deep. We're going to see some outstanding individuals, as you can tell already, just from the first class of Berkshires. With that said, the pair of them out here, I think, are both very nice. Fairly easy class win. Our young man directly in front of me is going to win. That gilt there, that's easily the stoutest, the one that comes at you with the most spread and dimension up high and down low. She's as comfortable in her skeleton level and her design is anything you'd want out here. Uses her hip and hind leg extremely well. Nothing to take away from the young man's gilt that's going to be in second in this particular class. That one is still round in her body shape directly behind her blade. She's big in her pen set, has plenty of natural spread there. You view her from the side, runs downhill maybe just a little bit more, round her out of her hip and her tail set, maybe ever so slightly. Didn't see maybe as just natural substance coming right at you out of the gate is our class winner. Two very nice ones there. Put your hands together for both those young men.
Congratulations to Landon Blunt in first place, and second place, Gabe Snyder. Class 3, Chester White Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Ty Schultz. Class 4, Chester Giltz, please make your way to the makeup arena. Ben Lawhorn, Caden Hine, Faith Lehman, and Eva Beckner. Class 4, please make your way to the makeup arena.
This particular Berkshire class right here, we're going to start with the young man in the pink shirt directly in front of me here. That is a stout featured one with a tremendously good hip and hind leg that handles herself extremely well. She's square and comfortable from hawk to ground. That's where I think she beats the one that's in second in this particular class. From the side as well, the way that one balances in proportions correctly from the side, where her neck ties into the top side of her blade, hip-loin junction. I think that stout one that's opened up and genuine coming and going has just the most balance and correctness from the side. Not to say the one in second doesn't have some advantages. I think that one is actually naturally taller at the top of her blade, and the way her neck sets right in there, she's better in that regard in terms of just natural elevation. She's a little tighter in her spine, tighter the way she wants to move out of her hip and hind leg right there, but that's a bold centered one that is tremendously big backed and really powerful. From going away from behind, didn't see that one quite as comfortable right out of her hip and hind leg as our class winner. Nice top pair in that particular class. I like the young man's practical guilt. It's going to be third right here. Blade back, levelness of spine, comfort level in her hip and hind leg, I think is still really good at this particular stage of the game. Perhaps just a little more upright in the set and angle to her blade up front right there, plainer ahead of her blade in terms of her neck and throat. Young lady's guilt that's going to be third in this particular class. That's one that has just a natural, more extension ahead of her blade. She's cleaner about her throat and the top of her neck right there. I love those things about her. If you read her angles, though, both fore and aft, she's certainly more rigid in her step and tighter in the way she wants to drive and plant off the rear third of her skeleton. Young lady's guilt that comes out next in 5. Neat pieces to this one. Still lean in her design and makeup at this stage, which I really appreciate. A little bit tighter and rounder off either end of her skeleton. Wants to bow on the outside of herself, going directly away. As we come on down in 6, 7, and 8, and we peel those hogs on out, some hogs that obviously, here's a big one that grew really well for the young man. A little bit plainer ahead of her blade. The young man's that's in 7 right there, we need to change that one's hip and hind leg design. It wants to bow just a little bit too far outside of her body wall. And then the young lady's guilt that rounds out the class in 8 right there. Deep center run, love those center body freshness that one has. That one's the frailest and most upright in terms of its skeleton. Let's go and put your hands together for those kids. Very nice class of Berkshires.
We will now be selecting our champion in reserve, Burke Gill, from Class 1, Landon Glunt, and Class 2, Cole Ritter. And our second place from Class 1, Gabe Snyder. And second place in Class 2, Ty Kramer. Results from Class 2, first place, Cole Ritter. Second place, Ty Kramer. Third place, Cole Ritter. Fourth place, Audrey Davis. Fifth place, Ada Lee. Sixth place, Larry Endicott. Seventh place, Tanner Dawson. And eighth place, Lily Henderson.
Very nice Berkshire division to start us off this morning in our Gilt show, and I think we have, four very good examples out here in our first and seconds out of those particular classes. The one that came out of our first class, our class winner, the young man in front of me, good built, level spine, is comfortable skeleton animals we have out here. Love her front end assembly and the way her neck and blade is built into the front arm and the set to her knee and front pastern. That's certainly her advantage out here in this particular drive. The young man that was first out of that second class, here's one that is super stout and opened up, tremendous amount of power. Thought her comfort level and spine allowed her to go ahead and win that class. I know she's maybe not as naturally tall right at the top of her blade as the one we talked about out of the first class, but she brings extra power dimension. She's the stoutest bowed and heaviest constructed one relative to the class out here. We talk about our 2 seconds out here. Both of them do a very nice job of coming in. Young man's second out of that first class was a deep-centered one. We like those things about her. Change her hip and hind angle a little bit. And the young man that was second out of that heavy class, good look ahead of our blade. Plenty of spread and power in that one. Got a little tighter and more rigid in her step the longer she went out here. That's how I read them. I thought this was a tremendously good set, good breed out here. Good set. We'll go ahead and congratulate the young man out of the youngest class will be champion. Young man out of the heaviest class or the older class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the champion Burt Gill, Landon Glunt, and reserve Cole Ritter.
This will be one of those classes, I guess nobody can argue with me all day long since we just have a single entry. But a good February Chester Gilt right here. Naturally tall and elevated at the top of her blade. She's comfortable enough in her step. Maybe not the one with the most spread and extras underneath. We'd like to maybe change that, but certainly very deserving of winning her class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for the young man.
Results of Class 3, first place, Ty Schultz. Class 5, Duroc Guilds, please make your way to the makeup arena. Eddie Muir, Cooper Newby, Charlie Merriman, Jackson Fight, Preston Stokel, Trent Horney, and Caden Hine. Class 5, Duroc Guilds, please make your way to the makeup arena.
In our older Chester class out here, we're going to start with the young man at the far end over there in the red shirt. That one's skeletal quality and comfort level allows it to go ahead and drive toward the top in this particular class. She's easily the best in terms of her angles, comfort level out of her hip and hind leg. Understanding that one probably needs to be picked up just a little bit on her front feet. She could be spread with more just true dimension coming and going. Relative to this class, though, thought her comfort level and skeleton allowed her to go ahead and win. Second's going to be the young lady in the purple shirt right here. If you want extras in terms of spread up high, power going away, that's the gilt in this particular class that has those advantages. She just gets a little bit bowy in terms of her hock set outside her body wall there. Her comfort level in terms of her spine and how everything kind of fits together is a little more compromised, but she certainly has the extras deserving to be second. Young lady in the green shirt is going to be third in this particular class. Loose spine, loose structure, deep centered one that the young lady has. It's coming and going. Need to change the angle right at that one's blade and set to her knee coming at you. She wants to close up right at her hock going away. Nice presentation on that particular gilt. Young man's gilt that's going to be fourth in this particular class. Tall-shouldered, leaning her over to the side. Probably just gives up some terms of power and performance here in this particular January class, but a good gilt nonetheless. Let's put your hands together for all those exhibitors.
Now showing for champion in reserve, Chester Giltz. From Class 3, Ty Schultz. In Class 4, first place, Kaden Hine. And second, Faith Lehman.
Get out here for our champion Chester drive, and the young man's gilt that came out of that younger class is one we talked about. Elevation is good, look is good from the side. Probably could spread that one a little bit wider underneath. The young man's gilt that came out of that the heavier or the older class there. Young man's gilt, skeletal quality, balance, look is very good in that particular gilt. And then the young lady's second was the power hog that certainly had as much spread and mass to her and bone. We could set her hock back inside herself ever so slightly. I thought a very nice Chester division. We'll keep the two older gilts together for champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Results of Class 4. First place, Kaden Hine. Second place, Faith Lehman. Third place, Eva Beckner. And fourth place, Ben Lawhorn. Champion Chester went to Kaden Hine. In reserve, Faith Lehman. Class 6, Duroc Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Gabe Snyder, Tyler Drummond, Cole Ritter, Cooper Kilfoyle, Ethan Miller, Eliana Roberts, Jackson Davis, and Larry Endicott. Class 6, Duroc Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. The 2023 Hamilton County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by Co-Alliance. Co-Alliance, your local farmer-owned cooperative, values swine production and the showmen who work so hard on this project. Well done, exhibitors from Co-Alliance Cooperative. Co-Alliance, we deliver. Let's give our sponsor, Co-Alliance, a round of applause.
good first class of January Duroc gilts out in the ring. We're going to start with the young man's really stout featured one right over here along in the middle of the ring. I tell you what, that one from the side, in terms of proportions and balance, her skull shape is tremendous. She's short back, she's long hips, she's comfortable enough in her skeleton, she's up on her toes. She has the most natural feature in terms of her skull shape, head shape, and then all the way down to her ankle and front toes. She has the most spread and comfort level right there. Nice underlying gilt from the side as well. Admit, coming at you, she could be spread just a little bit wider right at her knee. She could take the longer step ever so slightly off her rear too. Thought we needed to start that one and do it pretty quickly. Young man's gilt directly in front of me here is going to be second in this particular class. She has tremendous amount of quality, femininity ahead of her blade. She's a little bit different mold than our class winner. Her angles and comfort levels certainly are the best in this particular class. The challenge becomes, does that one just have enough stoutness and overall feature to her? She gets a little more refined down at her ankle and her front foot. She needs to be square or just stouter there in her rear ankle to allow her to go ahead and beat that one in first. Thought a very, very high quality gilt though. Love the presentation and skin and hair on this particular gilt that's going to be third in this class. Round body shape, certainly good look ahead of her blade and fresh there. Study her angle. She's a little more upright off either end of her skeleton. She's more hesitant and steeper out of her hip in the way she wants to step around the ring. Love a lot of things about that particular female. The young man's gilt in 4 is one that her natural feature and boldness is certainly good enough to be up here on the top end of this class. She's a little in at her knee coming at you. She wants to run downhill a little bit, a little more mature and cresty about that neck. Thought she wanted to kind of swing those rear too as she drove around the ring. Young man's gilt that comes out next. Belly up. I really enjoyed the stoutness and feature this particular gilt has. Plenty of natural spread in her. Need to pick her up on all four of her feet to go ahead and move her up in this particular drive. Nice gilt the young man has come out next in 6. One that's bold and stout in her forearm and the center body shape just a little bit plainer ahead of her blade, a little more hesitant in the way she wants to step around the ring. Young man's gilt in 7. Neat look ahead of our blade. Just needs probably a little more performance and groceries here and spread to move up in this particular class for her division. Nice class. Let's put your hands together for those kids.
Results from Class 5, Duroc Gilts. First place, Charlie Merriman. Second place, Caden Hine. Third place, Jackson Fight. Fourth place, Cooper Newby. Fifth place, Preston Stokel. Correction, fourth place, Cooper Newby. Fifth place, Preston Stokel. Sixth place, Trent Horney. And seventh place, Eddie Muir. Class 7, Hamp Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Nora Privet. In Class 8, Hamp Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Maddie Roberts, Taylor Newby, Tegan Horney, Ty Kramer, Ben Wiggins, Caden Hine, and Eva Beckner.
Nice second class of Duroc gilts. We're going to start with the young man's dark red one here directly in front of me. I think that one wins and wins pretty comfortably for me. Relative to angle to her blade, extension ahead of her blade, she's still fresh and youthful ahead of her blade as well. And the top of her neck there, I understand maybe we're just a little bit rounder out of her hip, but relative to the class, I don't know if we have a direct competitor that has that advantage. But she's short back, she's still proportional, she's big in her arms, she's comfortable as she hits the surface around the ring. Wish I just let that one go just a little bit more relative to let her show out here. Thought her feet and legs, though, ran the right direction. That second and third spent a little time between them. I like the young lady's gilt over here in second. That's a bold-centered one that's really fleshy and tremendously powerful, coming and going. Maybe just a shot overdone relative to just crest of neck, jowl, cheek there that needs to be better. She obviously is a little more moderate in her kind, but I think a very nice, highly presented gilt. The young man's gilt that's in the third, that one has as much natural spread and muscle of anything in this particular drive out here. I'd like to take this shape of her neck and just blend it into her top line just a little bit more comfortably. Bigger issue for me, thought she just got a little too much from behind and swiveled out of her hip there and then just was a little flatter on all four of her feet, but a very nice gilt that has a lot of quality to her. Interesting gilt that the young man has next in four. That one is as big in her skeleton and her kind as any particular gilt in this class. Love her stoutness of arm and feature is as good as anything. I thought she just got too dry and harsh through the center part of her rib, too upright off either end of her angles there to go ahead and move into those top three. Young man's gilt that's in five here. Bold-centered one, moderate in her kind. Thought she handled her front angles just as well. The longer she went out here, a little more steep and upright in her terms of her pastern and set to her hock there. Just need to be a little more comfortable in the way she wants to plant her rear toes and spread right there. Yeah, kind of similar with the young man's gilt that comes out next in six. Bold-centered, big-armed one. Did just get a little too round out of her hip and bowie in her hock there. Let's go ahead and move the seven there. Young man's gilt that's big skeleton, just a little too flat in her body shape coming and going. And the young man's gilt that rounds out the class here. Big arm, big feet in this one. Just need to fix that hind leg to move her on up. Very nice class. Let's put your hands together for all those kids.
Reminder, Class 7, Nora Privet. In Class 8, Maddie Roberts, Taylor Newby, Tegan Horney, Ty Kramer, Ben Wiggins, Caden Hine, and Eva Beckner need to be in the makeup arena. Results from Class 6, first place, Cole Ritter. Second place, Eliana Roberts. Third place, Cooper Kilfoyle. Fourth place, Jackson Davis. Fifth place, Gabe Snyder. Sixth place, Ethan Miller. Seventh place, Larry Endicott. And eighth place, Tyler Drummond. We will now select the champion in reserve, Duroc gilt.
Very nice Duroc division here. The two out of the first class, talk about the young man's class winner over here, as much feature and bone and foot size and spread in her toes as any Duroc we've seen today. She's very proportional, heavy and stout in her skeleton. I would like to lengthen her hip ever so slightly, just to allow her to take a little bit longer step there, but a very, very neat gilt with the right proportions, right look, and as much natural feature as any. The one that was second to her, neat looking gilt ahead of her blade, very comfortable in her step out around the ring here, maybe just a little overfilled today relative to where her top line then wants to tie everything together there. We talked about her in class. I would like to see with a shot more feature in her lower joints there. In the second class, young man's gilt, look ahead of our blade, natural elevation up front is extremely good, feminine female right there with a big arm in her, comfortable in her design. You know, she's one that she's a little rounder out of her hip and shorter in her hip there, different than maybe our class winner, but she uses it and still has some comfort level right there. I still think we need to tweak that hip and hind leg and that gilt ever so slightly. Awful good one there out of that second class. And then the young lady's gilt that was second there, bold-centered, fleshy one. We took it very comfortable in her skeleton. Just maybe a little overdone, we said, in terms of just how much condition we have on that one. I thought an awfully good set of Durocs out here. I think it's really close for champion reserve because they both have some very unique pieces to them. When it's all said and done, like the young man that was out of the heavy class or the older class there, he'll be champion. Young man over here will be reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cole Ritter with the champion Duroc and reserve Charlie Merriman.
Just a single entry out here in our February Hampshire class, but a very nice female. That one is bold and square right out of her chest floor. She's round in her rib cage. She's very fresh on the top side of her skeleton and big in her pin set. Yeah, I think she still motors in a comfortable enough fashion around the ring. Maybe just a little bit outside her body wall there and where her hock wants to set and down to her rear ankle and foot, but a very nice single entry. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Results from Class 7, first place, Nora Privet. Class 9, please make your way to the makeup arena. Cole Ritter, Parker Williams, Jesse Bishop, Cooper Kilfoyle, Ty Schultz, and Logan Bates. Class 9, Hamp Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. We'd like to take a moment to introduce our judge for today, Ben Cooley from Sterling, Colorado. Ben is a graduate of Colorado State University with a degree in animal science, and he was a member of the 2002 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Ben is a former animal science professor and livestock judging coach at Northeastern Junior College. He is currently a livestock production specialist for Zoetis and co-owner of Flatland Show Pigs, and they run about 80 sows. Let's give a round of applause for Ben.
class of Hampshires out here. I think a pretty easy class winner. Young man's gilt directly in front of me. Great skeleton, balance, proportions is very nice. And that particular gilt, she's fundamentally correct on her feet and legs. Has enough of everything. Nice gilt to go ahead and win. But second and third is where the discussion was going to lie. Young man's gilt over here is going to be second. That one is as stout-boned and extra in her feature as anything in this particular drive. Big arm, really stout hind leg, bold in the center part of her skeleton there. Maybe just a little too tight and restricted the longer she goes out of her hip. But I thought a very, very unique one to go ahead and be second. Like the young man's gilt in third. She's a little softer in her kind than the one that's in the second. Bold center part of her cage and dropped in her flank right there. Proportional from the side. Didn't read her quite as stout in overall feature. She's flatter in her face and down around her ankle. And relative to her angles, I still thought we could get just a little upright relative to her hock and rear foot and where she stepped down right there. Very nice pair right there in second and third. Fourth, of the young ladies. It comes out big, longer skeleton gilt, takes a long step off of her hind leg, just a little too long bodied there and out of proportion. The longer she goes, if you watch her going directly away, she wants to roll right on the outside of her hock in terms of where she sets. Coming at you, she's a little closed up right at her knee. Young ladies, gilt in five. Thought a very proportional, short-backed one that the young lady has from the side right here. Very fresh in her presentation. A little more hesitant in terms of her rear step right there. Shorter on her hip. Like to stouten her up in her rear feature as well. Very nice job showing that one. Six young ladies gilt over here. Coming and going, that one's just a little too narrow and flatter in her overall cage and body shape, but I thought a big skeleton, long-bodied gilt that did a nice job in that regard. And the young lady's gilt that rounds out the class here. Again, spread that one a little bit wider underneath, but a tall-shouldered one that has a good look from the side. Let's go ahead and put your hands together for all those exhibitors in that Hampshire division.
Results of Class 8, first place, Caden Hine. Second place, Ben Wiggins. Third place, Ty Kramer. Fourth place, Eva Beckner. Fifth place, Maddie Roberts. Sixth place, Tegan Horney. And seventh place, Taylor Newby. Class 10, Hereford Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Eddie Muir, Lily Henderson, Braxton Stahlbaum, Jackson Ritter, Caitlin Graham, and Ashley Babel. Class 10, Hereford Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Nice class of Hampshire females out here. I think a fairly relatively easy place to start. And the young man over here, you're going to win this particular class. Very nice job. Tall-bladed, freshly made one, very fresh in their center body shape. Her skeleton's as comfortable as anything out here in this particular class. She steps and drives around the ring with as much spread, natural dimension to her as well. I think a nice place to go ahead and start. Second's going to be the young man's gilt directly in front of me here. I think a good one in terms of look ahead of her blade from the side, elevation and natural spread up high is very good. Maybe a little bit rounder in the way she wants to handle her hind leg. Didn't want to see her quite as comfortable right in her rear step as our class winner. Thought a good natural gilt, though, to go ahead and be second. Young man's gilt in 3 right here. Good look ahead of our blade, naturally tall and elevated, big hind leg in her. She wants to just be a little more hesitant, and you can see that because of her angle. She's more upright in her blade, a little bit tighter, right in the set to her hock. Needs to just drive with a little more comfort and ease. Young man's gilt that's going to be fourth in this particular class, kind of belly up, has all the extras and stoutness that we're looking for. Just need to fix her feet in terms of her front knee angle there and off her rear too as well. Young man in 5 coming out. Very similar one. I think front 2/3 are good in this one. Shape to her blade, spread up high is very nice. Just a little bit outside of herself and to where she wants to set that hind leg, bring that back inside herself. And the young man's gilt that's going to be 6 in this particular class. Bigger skeleton gilt, big arm in her. Need to make her bolder through the center part of her cage, just more comfortable in her angles. Nice class of Hampshires. Let's put your hands together for all those kids.
Results from Class 9. 6th place, Ty Schultz. 5th place, Jesse Bishop. 4th place, Logan Bates. 3rd place, Cole Ritter. 2nd place, Parker Williams. And 1st place, Cooper Kilfoyle. We will now be selecting for the champion and reserve Hamp Gilt. Class 10, Hereford Gilt should be in the makeup arena. Eddie Muir, Lily Henderson, Braxton Stahlbaum, Jackson Ritter, Caitlin Graham, and Ashley Wabel. In Class 11, Jacob Glunt, Landrace Gilt, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Very nice Hampshire drive today, and I think 3 good class winners out here. You know, the young ladies that came out of that first class, spread, dimension, muscle is very good. Talked about feet and legs maybe squaring her up, coming and going ever so slightly, but I think a very nice gilt. Young man that came out of the second class, very proportional, well-balanced, good skeleton gilt, fresh in her body shape, handles her hip and hind leg exceptionally well. Nice female from the side there, good gilt that came out of the second class. And then the young man that came out of that third class, bold-centered one that has a tremendous amount of power. Thought she balanced as well as anything in that particular class with a very stout hind leg in her. Thought it was relatively comfortable and easy for me to go ahead and use this young man directly in front of me for champion. Congratulations. The gilt that was second in that particular class comes out here, and that is as stout-featured and bold and three-dimensional of hog as we saw all day out here in this Hampshire drive. A little more hesitant in terms of her step and where she wants to handle her hind leg there. Thought her feature and just breeding pieces were very, very unique. Obviously, if we're talking an open show and maybe a sale type situation, I think there's some value in that particular one. Is she comfortable enough out here? That's the question that goes through my mind. I like the young man that came out of the second class to go ahead and be reserve champion Hampshire today. Congratulations. The third class, excuse me.
Congratulations to champion Hamp Gilt, Caden Hine, and reserve Cooper Kilfoyle. We only have one class at Hereford Gilt, so this will be our champion and reserve from this next class. Class 12, Landrace Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Eva Beckner, Alex Grau, Tegan Horney, and Nora Privet. Class 11 and 12, Landrace Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena.
just a single class of Hereford females out here, in a very nice class from top to bottom. I think 3 really good females out here that do a lot of good things in terms of body shape and just total dimension and volume of muscle and a naturally nice skeleton. Thought there was one that won pretty handily. Young lady in the white shirt over here, she's going to go ahead and be champion. That one's balanced and kind and quality. Go ahead and dictate that she needs to win. No, maybe right at her hip joint junction there, she's just a little bit easy right in that top line. But I thought her comfort level out of her blade set to her rear leg, and then her foot size and spread allowed her to go ahead and win this particular class. Young lady over here is going to have reserve champion. That's a bold-centered one that particularly comes at you wider on her chest, wider right at her knees, square in her front feet, and that's where she beats the one in particular third in this class. Young man in third. That's a short-backed one that's moderate in her kind. With that said, she's just a little more in at her knee, coming directly at you. Pick her up on her front feet. Thought her length of hip needed to be changed ever so slightly, but I still thought her comfort level at the ground and her hind leg quality was awfully good. 3 good ones here at the top end of this particular class. Young lady's gilt that comes out next. Good-looking one from the side. Needs to be wider coming at you, coming and going there to move her up any higher than that top trio. Young man's gilt has a big forearm here that's in 5. Like those things, just a little bit piecier. Center body needs to be dropped in her to allow her to move up any higher. And then the young man's gilt that rounds out the class here. Another big armed one that's very stout in her skull. Just needs to be opened up and more comfortable in her skeleton, ground up. Let's go ahead and put your hands together for those kids. Good class of Herefords.
Congratulations to champion Hereford Gilt, Caitlin Graham. In reserve, Ashley Wabel. 3rd place, Jackson Ritter. 4th place, Lily Henderson. 5th place, Eddie Muir. And 6th place, Braxton Stahlbaum.
Nice single entry out here in this February Landrace class. That's a good balance, good built female that's very comfortable and well presented from the side. She's comfortable in her step and still has as much features you'd ever want in a Landrace female. Still looks like a lady. Congratulations to that young man, very deserving of his class winner.
Class 13, Poland Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Valerie Adams, Waylon Grinstead, Wyatt Rude, Coulter Galloway, Gabe Willis, Ethan Zeller, Akira Parker-Schmidt, and Madison Brooks. Class 13, Poland Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Perhaps just a little more give and take in this class of January landrace gilts. And if you followed anything I've done so far today, I am a stickler relative when it comes to just hip and hind leg and how they function there and motor around the ring. And I think in this particular class, you have to kind of throw that out because all of them have a little bit of an issue in one place or another in that regard. So you have to come to with some other factors here. And to me, the one that presents the most uniqueness in terms of skull, stoutness, a really good look ahead of its blade, big feature up on its toes. Young man in the orange shirt's going to go ahead and win this particular class. Tremendous amount of spread in her look ahead of her blade, a bold-chested one that's round in her body shape. Needed to relax her in her top line, and as we said, we need to fix that hind leg, but relative to the class, I think we're still okay comparing to our other competitors out here. Second's going to be the young lady in the pink shirt over here. That's a big back one that has a tremendous amount of spread up high. She's bold in her center body. Just thought her natural volume of muscle, volume and rib cage allowed her to go ahead and be second in this particular class. She too needs to be fixed relative to her hind leg structure. She runs downhill just a little bit. Young lady in the green shirt over here is going to have a third. That one's good looking from the side. Length of body's good. Levelness of spine. You know, comfort level up front's good. She's too flat coming and going a little bit in on her knee and straighten her hock as well. The young lady that rounds out the class here directly in front of me, I think that's a nice female in terms of just stoutness ahead of her blade. The natural volume and muscle shape she has going away is good. She wants to bow in her hock, just doesn't quite piece together in terms of all of the balancing up, but a very nice class from top to bottom. Put your hands together for those kids one more time.
We will now be selecting our champion landrace gilt. From Class 11, Jacob Blunt. In Class 12, Alex Grau and Nora Privet. Class 13, Poland gilts need to be in the makeup arena. Valerie Adams, Waylon Grinstead, Wyatt Rude, Coulter Galloway, Gabe Willis, Ethan Zeller, Akira Parker-Schmidt, and Madison Brooks.
Champion landrace drive out here, three very good individuals. Young man with the February gilt, good skeleton, good balanced female with a lot of quality from the side. She doesn't have the most of anything out here other than just quality and balance. The two that came out of that older division, talked about them, lots of stoutness, lots of power to them. Fixed both of them probably just a little bit in terms of how they hinge out of their hind leg. But with that said, I thought their quality was still good in that particular drive. A pretty easy decision. Young man that came out of the February class is going to be champion, leaving the young man in the January class for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jacob Blunt with your champion landrace and reserve Alex Grau. Class 14 spot gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Noah Milet, Jake Drummond, Izzy Grau, Ella Huff, Faith Lehman, and Anthony Charlton. Class 14 spot gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. This is a single class of Poland gilts, so we will be selecting our champion and reserve. Class 14 spot gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Noah Milet, Jake Drummond, Izzy Grau, Ella Huff, Faith Lehman, and Anthony Charlton. Class 15 spot gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Grace Reynolds, Lainey Mendenhall, Tanner Dawson, Waylon Grinstead, Landon Glunt, Caitlin Graham, Leon Travis, and Ava Willis. Class 15 spot gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Single class of Poland's out here. Thought a fairly logical place to start, in the young man directly in front of me. That is a stout featured one that is bold in the center part of her skeleton, really heavy structured and heavy featured. She doesn't come without fault though. Need to spread her right at her knee coming at you. Her up on her all four of her feet just ever so slightly. Thought her balance, proportion, presentation, and look allowed her to go ahead and win and do it pretty quickly. Young man's Giltitz in second here. A little drier and harsher through the center part of her rib, but I thought her elevation, natural elevation, the top of her blade, heavy skeleton, and her strength in her foot size allowed her to go ahead and be reserve in this particular Poland division. Need to open her up, as I said, right in her heart and center part of her cage. Like the front two-thirds of the young ladies, Giltitz third in this particular class. Good look ahead of our blade. Natural spread and shape of muscle up high is extremely good. Little drier and harsher through the center part and lower portion of her body cavity. Little tighter and more restricted as she gets around out of her hind leg there, the longer she goes. Young man's Giltitz comes out next. Bold centered one that I love the natural spread this one has up high. A little bit rounder in the way she's built off either end. Stouting her up in her overall bone work, but a very nice Giltitz. It's going to be fourth in this particular class. Young man's Giltitz comes out next is one coming directly at you. That's a big armed one. Need a little better foot size and just toe spread there at the ground, and you could see that longer that one drives, so she's more upright, a little hesitant in her step. Young lady's Giltitz comes out next. Good spread and muscle shape on the top side of her skeleton for a female. The things we need to change about her, little rounder out of her hip, more hesitant and uncomfortable the way she wants to drive around the ring. Young man's Giltitz comes out next. Just need to stouten this one up in her feature, but I love how her depth of body, the flank that she has in her, natural fleshing ability. Young lady's Giltitz rounds out the class here. Good look ahead of our blade. Just need to make this one wider coming and going. Let's go ahead and put our hands together. Nice class of Poland's.
Results from Class 13, Poland Gilts. Poland Gilt champion, Ethan Zeller. Reserve, Coulter Galloway. Third, Akira Parker Schmidt. Fourth, Gabe Willis. Fifth, Wyatt Rude. 6th, Madison Brooks. 7th, Waylon Grinstead. And 8th, Valerie Adams. Class 15 spot gilts should be making their way to the makeup arena. Grace Reynolds, Laney Mendenhall, Tanner Dawson, Waylon Grinstead, Landon Blunt, Caitlin Graham, Liam Travis, and Ava Willis.
Nice first class of spots here. We're going to start with the young lady in the purple shirt over here with her dark black one. I think one that certainly has as much natural balance, femininity, and quality from the side. That one is naturally elevated at the top of her blade. She's comfortable and level in her spine. She's square coming and going off her feet and legs. She's not the biggest legged one that we've seen all day. I would like to change that about her, but I thought her natural freshness, body shape, look, and presentation allowed her to go ahead and win. Young lady in the pink shirt here, she's going to be second in this particular class. That one is just a little bit bigger armed and bigger footed, coming directly at you. Thought she was a little more hesitant and swiveled right out of her hip and hind leg the longer she drove around the ring. That's where I'd like to change her. Certainly a unique one that the young lady has here in third. That's a big armed female that's certainly big and stout at the ground. A little drier and harsher through the center part of her cage. Need to drop her in a flank, and she too could just be a little more comfortable in the way she wants to step driving around the ring. Young man in four that's coming out over here, the gilt that's stout featured. I thought had a good look from the side, just a little drier and harsher through our rib. Need to square up on our rear toes. Same goes for the young lady's gilt that's going to be 5 in this particular class. Naturally a tall-shouldered one. Thought has a second gear there that wants to drive around the ring. Needs to spread underneath. And the young man's gilt that rounds out the class here. Natural body shape is good. Just a little too round and out in terms of set to her blade and where she is coming at you. Let's go ahead and put your hands together. Very nice class of spot gilts.
Class 16, York Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Jacob Blunt. Exhibitors, don't forget the direct sign-ups are on the north and south end of the Swine Barn, and the auction deadline is at noon today. Please make sure to get your auction paperwork filled out. You can find that in the main office. Class 17, York Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Ethan Zeller, Jackson Fight, Eli Kolb, Ty Kramer, Eva Beckner, and Carrington Roberts. Class 16 and Class 17, York Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Nice pair of spot gilts here on the top end. We're going to start with the young lady in the white shirt directly over here. Thought that one's balance, kind, strength of her front foot, and squareness coming directly out of the pin allowed her to go ahead and drive toward the top of this particular clash. She's square at her knee. She's stronger in her front foot. She's leveler in her top line right at her hip blade junction than the one that's particularly in the second. With that said, you could give her just a shot more angle right in her hock, and I think that's where the young man's gilt that's second in this particular class has that advantage. Length of hip, comfort level right in her hock, and the way she sets down there going away is really good. Need to change her coming directly, come at me right out of the gate. She's a little crestier right at the top of her neck right there, wants to twist in, be a little more down on her pasterns. I thought to have a pair right there that are awfully good. Young lady that comes out next, very nice third place gilt, kind of ran into a couple buzzsaws there. Natural body shape is very good in this particular female. Made to lengthen out her hip and allow her just to step with a little longer stride going directly away right there. Clean her up ahead of her blade relative to those top two in this particular class, but a very nice gilt in three. Good stout featured female that the young lady has coming out to next. Bold, big hip in that one. Square up at her hock and her rear foot as she goes directly away. Elevate her just a little bit. Gilt that comes out next. Long-bodied one that is tremendously big in her kind. Maybe just a little off in terms of balance and proportions. Kind of wants to run downhill and then just roll on her rear 2 feet. Young lady's gilt that comes out next. Don't know if that one's feeling the best today, but that one has a big feature in terms of her arm shape and rear foot. Just a little more hesitant and uncomfortable the way she wants to step around the ring. As we move on down in 7 and 8, we bring those two out. Both those gilts nice in terms of just extra feature and stoutness of bone, a little more uncomfortable in their angles and the way they want to drive around the ring. Let's put your hands together. Good classic spots right there.
Results from Class 15. 8th place, Tanner Dawson. 7th place, Waylon Grinstead. 6th place, Grace Reynolds. 5th place, Liam Travis. 4th place, Ava Willis. 3rd place, Lainey Mendenhall. 2nd place, Landon Glunt. And 1st place, Caitlin Graham. We will now be selecting spot gilt, champion, and reserve.
Very nice spot division today. Coming out of that first class, young lady that was first with the purple shirt over here. Good build, good balance, one from the side. Maybe not as much extra feature and bone as we've seen in a couple others today, but I thought her feminine and quality look from the side allowed her to go ahead and win that particular class. She's a little upright, maybe right in her hock there, like to change her. The young lady that was second in that particular class, I thought followed her well. Skull shape is really good. Arm shape is good in that one. A little bit rounder out of her hip, maybe than the one that won that particular class, but a very nice female. Out of that second class, young lady in the white shirt was our class winner. Very good built, well-balanced female from the side. Love her levelness of the top line and the way she's comfortable around the ring. We talked about her. She could take her just rear foot and hock and take it further behind her tail set the longer she goes out here, but I thought her balance and look was exceptional. Young man's gilt that was second in that particular class. Big arm, stout-featured gilt that's really fresh up high. Very good hip and hind leg in her. We talked about her fixing her front feet, front angle to her blade right there, and just the way she wants to step around the ring. But I thought she was awfully good, and I thought that pair out of that second class were the best two. They're going to go ahead and be champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Caitlin Graham with your champion spot and reserve to Landon Glunt. Class 18, York Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Jackson Ritter, Hallie Scheller, Kenley Privet, John Huff, Audrey Davis, and Logan Bates. Class 18, York Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Just a single entry out here in our February Yorkshire Gilt class. Good feminine, comfortable female with a good skeleton right here. Very freshly presented. Give the young man a big round of applause. Nice gilt.
Congratulations to Jacob Glunt, class winner of Class 16.
Apologize maybe taking just a little more time on these top three, but and I'm not going to try to get on many soapboxes today relative to what we need to talk about and just to try to rank these and place them as I see fit. But I will tell you right now, we have a challenge in the Yorkshire business right now, trying to make functional ones that have enough extras and that are not too messed up, because it is highly challenging. I understand that. We breed a few Yorkshires ourselves there at home, and it is not easy. That said, the one I'm starting with, young man directly in front of me here with the paisley shirt, is going to go ahead and win. Understanding that one may not have as many extra bells and whistles in terms of presentation as the other pair. That's the best skeleton, best female hog out here. She looks like a lady. She's naturally comfortable in her skeleton. She has the best hip and hind leg. She's the squarest on her feet, and she's the one that is still lean enough in her overall composition, looks the part, is balanced, and is functional around here in the ring. Fix her right at her hip joint junction ever so slightly right there. We could talk about those things, but relative to this class, she's the one I'm the most comfortable with, because the 2 and 2nd and 3rd have a very similar mold to them, and they both come with some challenges and a lot of extras. Young man over here to my right is going to be 2nd in this particular class. Big arm, stout one in terms of her cage and her spread and natural power up high. Length of hip needs to be longer, and she needs to be more comfortable as she drives some steps around the ring. Thought her boldness of cage allowed her to go ahead and be 2nd in this particular class. Giltit's in 3rd. That one has as much natural spread and muscle shape on the top side of her skeleton as anything in this particular class. Love those things about her. Study her in her angles, both in her blade and out of her hip and hind leg. She's the tightest and most restricted way she wants to drive around the ring in a smaller foot size than deems necessary. The young man in 4, young lady in 4 over here, big skeleton 1, just a little too flat on all of her feet, drier through the center part of her rib cage. I like a lot of things about that female in terms of just her natural elevation and look ahead of her blade. Young lady's bold centered gilt that comes out next in 5, like the spread that she has, just a little too plain and a little more hesitant in terms of her step off her rear ankle compared to the others in the class. And the young man that rounds out the class over here, lean designed one that just is a little too dry and harsh through the center part of her skeleton. Let's go ahead and put your hands together. A nice, interesting class of Yorkshire females.
Results from Class 17. First place, Eli Kolb. Second place, Ethan Zeller. Third place, Ty Kramer. Fourth place, Eva Beckner. Fifth place, Carrington Roberts. And sixth place, Jackson Fight. Class 19 lightweight crossbred goats, please make your way to the makeup arena. Eli Kolb, Carson Richards, Brody McKinney, Cooper Kilfoyle, Clay Eagleton, Alex Grau, and Samantha Madden. Class 19 lightweight cross, please make your way to the makeup arena.
I'm going to go ahead and start with the young man's guilt directly in front of me right here in this particular class. Comfortable skeleton one that handles her hip and hind leg as well as anything out here. She's, enough moderate in her kind there where you say, okay, is she big enough? But I think relative to maybe making show barrows down the road, that's the quality that I see in this particular female. She's strong enough on her front pastures there. You could always tweak her ever so slightly. But I thought her balance, her proportions, her comfortable skeleton, where she kept her hind leg inside herself, allowed her to go ahead and win this particular class. Second's going to be the young lady directly in front of me. That's a big arm gilt with a tremendous amount of power up high. She's super stout in her pin set. Challenge becomes that one going directly away. Her hind leg needs to be pulled back inside her skeleton, and just it gets a little more tender in the way she wants to step down there. Didn't know if we had that direct advantage in the young man's gilt that's third in this particular class because it's kind of the same mold. Big armed one that has a lot of natural shape and power up high, just a little too straight and tight out of her blade, and then I would like to make her vulva just a little bit bigger relative to this class. Young man's gilt that comes out next. Big skeleton one, just needs to go with the second gear out here and get moving, and I think you can study the angles and understand that one's a little more upright, not only in the set to her blade, but kind of out of her hip and hind leg as well. Young lady's gilt that comes out next. Very freshly presented, good shape through the center part of her body cavity there. It gets a little common in terms of her head shape. She runs downhill, wants to close up, coming at you and going away. Then the young lady's gilt that rounds out the class. Tall-shouldered one that's lean in her design, just needs to be opened up and more three-dimensional in her body shape. Let's put your hands together. Good class of Yorkshire females.
We will now be showing for champion in reserve, York Gilt. From class 16, Jacob Glunt. From class 17, Eli Kolb. And from class 18, Jackson Ritter.
As we talked about in that one class, interesting Yorkshire division out here. I do think this breed, relative to some others, needs to have some tweaking in certain spots. But with that said, the three that I have out here, very, very pleased with. Young man that came out of the February class, good built, good balanced female, very youthful ahead of her blade. She's comfortable in her skeleton, right length of body and right maturity pattern, and that particular one. The young man that came out of the second class, that gilt right there wins because of her skeletal quality, her balance, her proportions, and her kind is just better. We could make her a little fuller right at her hiploid junction, flesh her just a little bit through the center part of her body cavity, but that's a very good skeleton gilt that deserved to win that class. Then the young man's gilt that was came out of that last class there of January's, moderate, stout, big arm, short-backed gilt with a tremendously big, stout hind leg in her, and I think one that's still proportions and balances for her kind of being a more moderate female. Good set of Yorkshire females out here. Congratulate the young man with the February. She's going to go ahead and be champion. For reserve, I think it gets awfully close between two gilts that are really the opposite ends of the spectrum relative to the Yorkshire female line, but I think the quality dictates we're going to go ahead and use the young man out of the last class to be reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jacob Glunt with your champion York Gilt and reserve Jackson Ritter. Class 20 lightweight cross, please bring them to the makeup arena. Faith Lehman, Ashley Rabel, Jacob Glunt, Jackson Ritter, Davey Scheller, Madison Shively, and Hallie Scheller. Class 20, please head to the makeup arena. Just a reminder, we will not be taking a lunch break. We will have a couple minutes to make a few announcements, but no formal lunch break.
Interesting first class of crossbred gilts out here. And I think, you know, these top three out here, you can mix and match some pieces amongst all of them. One of them is exactly perfect, but all of them have some very, very unique pieces. I like the young man's traditionally belted gilt over here to go ahead and start. That's the biggest legged, stoutest armed one. That's the most wicked ahead of her blade in terms of her look. She's very level in her top side of her skeleton, and then she handles her hip and hind leg and reaches off either end of her skeleton. Understanding that one could be tweaked at her front feet coming directly at you and squared up on those front pasterns ever so slightly. She's not the boldest, fleshiest one in her center body cavity, but I still think as a lightweight breeding piece, that one has a lot of good things going for her. Second's going to be the young man's calico gilt directly in front of me here. Very proportional, balanced gilt. Thought her body shape matches her spread up high. She's proportional and comfortable in her build. She needs more feature down low in both her front ankle. She wants to get just a shot wide going directly away. Like to bring that hawk just ever so slightly inside herself. The red roan gilt that's going to be third in this particular class. Love the center body freshness and the shape that she has there. Big, big pin set in her. She just gets a little overdone and plain ahead of her blade. Clean her up through her lower flank ever so slightly. Thought that's a very nice third place gilt that the young lady has. Fourth's the young man's saddleback gilt right here. Big arm in her, plenty of shape. Need to relax her in her spine, let her take a longer step. Young man's gilt that's fifth in this particular class. Big armed one, big footed one. Make her bolder and fresher through the center part of her skeleton. The young man's gilt that comes out next in the sixth. Tall bladed one that's big and extended in her kind. Open her up in her heart and the center part of her sternum there to allow her to be more bolder through the, drop her in her flank in the center part of her body cavity. And the young man's gilt that rounds out the class right here. Good level top line. Just need to make that one stouter in overall feature. Good class of crossbreds. Let's put your hands together for those kids.
Results from Class 19, 7th place, Carson Richards, 6th place, Clay Eggleton, 5th place, Brody McKinney, 4th place, Cooper Kilfoyle, 3rd place, Samantha Madden, 2nd place, Eli Kolb, in 1st place, Alex Grau. Class 21, heavyweight cross gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Elena Hansen, Madison Brooks, Bailey Brown, Seth Osborne, Davey Scheller, Waylon Grinstead, Parker Williams, and Addison Huff. Class 21, heavyweight cross, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Certainly a bunch of unique pieces out here in this particular class of crossbred gilts, and lots of different types and kinds all the way through here. We're going to go ahead and start with the young lady's chromed up gilt directly in front of me. That is a short back proportional one. It is really stout featured. She's square in her hock going away. We can lengthen out her hip and her stride ever so slightly. I want to change her in that regard. Young lady's gilt that's second in this particular class. Love that one, skull shape ahead of her blade. Love the amount of shape and spread she has up high. She's really big in her pin set. She's really right on the edge of where she wants to step and plant her hind leg. You can square up ever so slightly there, but I thought her length of stride was still extremely good to allow her to go ahead and win in a bigger skeleton package. Young man's Berkshire appearing gilt that's going to be third in this particular class. Moderate, bold in the center part of her skeleton. Longer she goes out here, a little shorter in her rump structure here. She kind of pushes outside of the box, going directly away, but a very, very nice gilt. Young man does a good job showing hogs all day long. Young man's kind of calico red road gilt that comes out next. Neat one from the side. She's level in her design. Probably takes as long a stride out of her blade as anything. Need to change her skull shape. She's a little too flat in her jaw there. She's a little wide in the set to her hock. Need to put that back inside herself. Young lady's belted gilt that comes out next in line here. Big in her muscle shape up high. A little bit rounder and plainer. Head, throat, neck area there to go ahead and move her up any higher. Young, kind of similar mold. The young lady's really well presented, freshly skinned gilt that comes out next. Has plenty of natural power, just a little bit out in the point of her blade and bowie in the set to her hock. And the young lady's gilt right here, again, another one that has plenty of natural spread and muscle. Just need to make that more comfortable in her skeleton and level in her top line. Let's go ahead and put your hands together. Nice, interesting class of lightweight crosses.
We will now be selecting our lightweight crossbred champion. From class 19, Alex Grau, and class 20, Ashley Wabel.
So we're selecting our champion lightweight crossbred out here. Obviously, I think a very typical crossbred female drive when you have a lot of different shapes, a lot of different kinds. And I'm not saying any of them are perfect or any of them, we need to throw them away. I think there's some unique breeding pieces here. But with that said, you still have to try to line them up in some semblance of fashion of what you're comfortable with. That first class winner, the belted gilt directly of the young man's, tall-bladed one that's comfortable enough in her build. She's corrected her angle. She takes a long step and a long stride around the ring. I know she's not the most fleshy right in the center part of her heart, and you can square her up her front feet as she come at you. That's why I changed that one. The one that was second, the calico in that particular class, good built female that's comfortable enough in her step, make her stouter in her front ankle and her overall feature, but a very, very nicely built gilt. The young lady's gilt that was out of that next class, that one is as wild a barrel-making creature as we've seen all day. She's square and bold coming at you, so much spread and power up high. She's square on her feet. She could take just a shot longer step out of her rear third of her skeleton. Then the young lady's belted gilt that came out of that was second in that class. Love her natural elevation and look, skull-shaped chest floor coming at you. She's plenty wide going directly away. That's where I'd like to change her. I think a very, very unique and interesting quad of gilts to kind of study to be champion reserve in this lightweight division. I'm happiest with the young man out of the first class being champion. Young lady over here will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Alex Grau with the lightweight crossbred gilt champion, and reserve to Ashley Wabel. Class 22 heavyweights, please make your way to the makeup arena. Logan Bates, Noah Rowland, Ty Kramer, Carson Richards, Ethan Zeller, Audrey Davis, Carrington Roberts, and Madeline Roberts. Class 22 heavyweight crossbred gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Our Pee Wee show following our show will be at 7 p.m. tonight. You can find a sign-up sheet located at the end of the announcer's table by the Queen's Court. The minimum age will be 5 for safety reasons, so just be sure to put the name and age on the sign-up sheet down at the end of the announcer's table. Our pork producers tent will be opening at 11 a.m., serving loins, brats, burgers, and all the good stuff, so please be sure to check out and support our pork producers tent today.
Another very nice, unique class of crossbred gilts out here. And again, I don't know if there's one that you said has to win no matter what. The one that I'm most comfortable with is the young lady's calico directly in front of me. That one is easily the best skeleton female. She's the most comfortable in the set to her blade and out of her hip and hind leg. She takes the longest step out here and still maintains that squareness going away. And that's not the only reason. That one is still a naturally tall-fronted, long-bodied gilt that's extended ahead of her blade. She's still proportional enough in her kind right through the center part of of her skeleton. We could flesh her up and make her a little fuller right or hamloid junction, but that gilt right there is balanced and skeletal quality, allows her to go ahead and win. Second's going to be the young lady saddleback gilt over here. That one is very, very stout feature. I thought she handled her hind leg in terms of squareness and mobility better than the one that's going to be in third in this particular class. She's too rounded the way she's built, not only out of her blade, but out of her hind leg, or hip as well. Young man's gilt right here certainly is very, very unique and maxed out in terms of mass and power. That was just too wide for me going directly away, not as comfortable enough out of her hip and hind leg as she needs to be. But that one's spread, mass, presentation is obviously very, very good. The young man's gilt that's in 4 here. You could come on out there, young man. That one's muscle shape up high is very, very good. Very expressive, very bold and square there at the top side of her blade and then in the back of her pin set. Problem is we're probably just a little too much. She's more hesitant in the way she wants to step around the ring outside of herself in terms of her hock placement. Young man's gilt that's in 5 here, naturally a big-bodied one, just needs to be bold and square right at her knee, a little fresher in her overall look. Young lady's belted hog that comes out next is good from the side, just coming and going is a little too flat and two-dimensional in her kind. Same with 7 and 8, we do get both of those out, need to make them more comfortable in their skeleton, the way they drive around the ring, bolder in the center part of their cage. Good class, let's put your hands together one more time for these kids working awfully hard.
Class 23, heavyweight crossbred gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Landon Glunt, Jackson Davis, Eliana Roberts, Grace Reynolds, Keegan Shively, Caitlin Graham, Eva Beckner, and Lainey Mendenhall. Class 23, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results from Class 21. First place, Madison Brooks. Second place, Davy Scheller. Third place, Parker Williams. Fourth place, Seth Osborne. Fifth place, Waylon Grinstead. Sixth place, Elena Hansen. Seventh place, Addison Huff. And eighth place, Bailey Brown. Reminder that hogs going on the direct truck, the sign-ups are on the north and south end of the swine barn, and our auction deadline is noon today. You can find the paperwork for that in the 4-H office. Once again, the direct sign-ups are on the north and south end of the swine barn, and the 4-H auction sign-ups are in the main office due at noon today.
Nice class of crossbred gilts out here. We're going to start with the young man's traditionally belted gilt directly in front of me. Freshly presented one that's comfortable in her skeleton, bold in the center part of her cage. Thought her length of front end, length of side, hip all kind of matched and proportioned together very nicely for us out here today. Square gilt. You know, she's not the biggest in her rear foot and ankle, you know, relative to all her mass up high, but I thought very, very comfortably need to win. Light pigmented gilt of the young man's needs to go ahead and be second in this particular class. That one's shorter back in relation to her mass up high, and I really appreciate those things about her. You know, she could be just freshened up ever so slightly, just in her overall look, right up at the top side of her blade. You could talk about her just taking a little bit of a longer step off her rear too compared to our class winner, but I thought it easily needed to go second in this particular class. Nice gilt, the front 2/3 of the young man in the red shirt has. Belted gilt is big and shapely up high, just gets a little too outside of herself and uncomfortable in the way she wants to step off her rear too and drive around the ring. Young lady's gilt that comes out next in 4. One that the mass and power that she has up high is really, really good. She's just a little too round in the way she's built out of her hip and uncomfortable in the way she wants to step off the rear third of her skeleton. The young lady's gilt that comes out to next, plenty of natural spread and mass right in her blade coming at you. She's big on the upper part of her hip. She's too plain ahead of her blade. Need to clean her up to the lower 1/3 of her body cavity. Young lady's gilt that comes out next in the 6. Good from the side. Need to open that one up and make it more genuine in her skeleton. Young lady's calico in class, another one. Good from the side. A little bit rounder in the way she's built in terms of her muscle shape and stoutness. And the young man's gilt that rounds out the class here. A little bit raw in terms of her build and center body, but a lean babe, big design one. Let's go and put your hands together. Good class of heavyweight crosses.
Alex Grau and Ashley Rabel, if you can please make your way back to the makeup arena with your lightweight champion in reserve. Results from Class 22. First place, Ethan Zeller. Second place, Ty Kramer. Third place, Logan Bates. Fourth place, Audrey Davis. Fifth place, Carrington Roberts. Sixth place, Nola Rowland. And seventh place, Maddie Roberts.
Very nice class of heavyweight crossbred gilts, and I think there's give and take, obviously, between this trio out here. All of them do one or two things exceptionally well, but when it comes right down to it, the one to keep landing on it, in terms of balance, kind young man in the green shirt over here is going to go ahead and win this particular class. Extension ahead of her blade matches the boldness she has in the center part of her skeleton. Her levelness of top line, length of her hip across the plane of her stifle is as good as anything out here. She's fresh in her look, spread and dimension is very, very nice. Not only as you go to the ground in terms of her foot size, you could be a little critical and say she could take just a longer step off of her rear two, and I wouldn't disagree with you there. Relative to this class, I thought she needed to win. Second's going to be the young lady's Calico over here. That one is one that is as comfortable and as long in her stride as anything in this particular drive. Just her length of hip, length of stride off of her rear two is very, very good. With that said, she tucks up underneath just herself just ever so slightly. I didn't see as much natural spread and dimension right up high at the top of her hip as the one that wins the class, or the one is in third, and that's what gets her beat particularly today. Front two-thirds of this one's skeleton, I absolutely love this young man presentation, look, skull-shaped form is very, very good. Boldness through the center part of her skeleton. She's too short in her rump structure, just too hesitant and tight in the way she wants to handle her hip and hind leg around the ring here. We changed that in her. We've got a killer. Obviously, some very unique breeding pieces in this one and driven exceptionally well. The belted one of the young man that comes out next, moderate one that's bold in her forearm, big in her center part of her body cavity, a little bit rounder and plainer in her neck, and the way he kind of ties together, rounder out of her hip than she needs to be. Young lady said, get the front two-thirds of this one are really good. His look and chest spread and the amount of muscle shape she has on the top side of her skeleton. She's too out in the set to her hawk and just doesn't go with enough authority and comfort. Young lady's gilt that comes out next in this 6. Coming and going, she's just a little too flat and concave. Didn't read her quite as genuine underneath, but a good one from the side that balances the proportions very nicely. As we move on down the line here, we get into a white gilt that has plenty of massive power. Just need to change feet and legs coming and going. And we move on down the line here in 8, 9, or 7, 8, 9, or 8, 9. Very nice here gilts that just need to be opened up and more genuine in their skeleton. Very good class. Let's put your hands together one more time for all those kids.
We will now be selecting our heavyweight crossbred champion. From class 21, Madison Brooks. Class 22, Ethan Zeller. And class 23, Keegan Shively.
Very nice heavyweight division out here. Talk about the young man that came out of the first class, belted gilt. Very proportional, very balanced, fresh in her makeup. Takes a long stride out here and a long step off her rear too. And even though she has plenty of muscle and power going away, she handles it exceptionally well. Very nice gilt. The young lady's Calico that came out of that second class won because of just her skeletal quality and comfort level in that particular drive. Maybe not as many bells and whistles as extras as the other two out here, but her skeletal makeup allows her to be out here very comfortably. Young man's gilt out of the last class is bold and square coming at you and is massive and maxed out up high as you could ever want one in her tremendously good-looking proportional gilt from the side. We talked about her just where she takes a long enough stride off her rear too. You could change her in that regard, but I think an exceptionally high-quality female. Very good class, for a very good division from top to bottom. Like the young man out of the first class, going to be your champion. The almost solid black gilt that comes out second out of that particular class did so because that's a very short back proportional one that balances nicely from the side. Talked about freshening her up on her overall look and, you know, just ahead of her blade ever so slightly. Another one out here I thought was awfully good. Young man out of the last class will be reserve heavyweight. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our heavyweight crossbred champion, Ethan Zeller, and reserve, Keegan Shively. Now we'll be selecting our overall crossbred gilt champion in reserve from lightweight, Alex Grau and Ashley Wabel, and from heavyweight, Ethan Zeller and Keegan Shively.
Been a very nice crossbred gilt division out here, and we have our lights and heavies, and I'll tell you right now, you could take all four of these home and certainly put them into a program and make crossbred hogs better because they present some very unique pieces. You know, we talked about our lightweights. The champion was one that was really stout skulled, wild look ahead of our blade, big hind leg, not as fleshy and maybe just opened up in the center part of her body cavity. There's a couple others square up on her front feet. The one that was reserved in that particular division, stout, moderate barrel maker there that's bold in the center part of her heart. We talked about that one's probably on the edge in terms of just comfortability, range of motion, but man, that has some wild, unique pieces. The heavyweight over here, very freshly presented, big backed one that's square coming and going. Length of hip is good, length of stride is good in that particular female. Not the most extreme in terms of bone we've seen all day. Like you could change her in that regard. And then the reserve out of that heavyweight division, young man's belted gilt. It is a big stout one. You could take the length of stride off her rear too, just a little bit longer, but I thought awfully good. With that said, we're going to go ahead. I'll go out and I'll shake the hand of your champion and reserve and your crossbreds. One more time, put your hands together for these kids.
Congratulations to our overall crossbred gilt champion, Ethan Zeller, and reserve, Alex Grau. We will now be taking a 5-minute break before we begin our barrel show.
Those sheets in here.
Attention in the swine barn, if we could have all first-year members in the swine project come to the show arena. Again, if we could have the first-year swine showmen come to the show arena. Thank you.
Could I have all first-year swine members report to the show arena? First-year swine members report to the show arena. First-year swine members report to the show arena, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chelsea Haney, and on behalf of the Hamilton County Pork Producers, we are going to recognize and award our first-year swine members a scoop. These are sponsored by the Hamilton County Pork Producers. So when I call your name, please come pick out a scoop. Savannah Cups, Elena Hansen, Lily Henderson, Ava Lee, Samantha Madden, Bridget McKinney, Jocelyn McNutt, Tucker Miller, Lincoln Moran, Nola Milet, Cooper Newby, Akira Parker Schmidt, Alexandria Pickard, Mackenzie Pickard, Eliana Roberts, Levi Roberts, Coy Schultz, Preston Stockel, Austin Tebby, Elena Tebby, Liam Travis, McKinley Underhill, Charlotte Underwood, Olivia Underwood, Benjamin Wiggins, Braxton Zeller, Brinley Zeller, and Connor Zeller. Let's give them a round of applause.
Class 24, Burke Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Ella Huff, Carrington Roberts, Brenner Underwood, Kaylee Smith, Coulter Galloway, Audrey Davis, and Ty Kramer. Class 24, Burke Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. We would like to take a minute to introduce our queen and her court who are helping us organize and pass out our ribbons today. Hi everybody, my name is Avery Williams and I'm your 2023 Miss Hamilton County. Hi everyone, I'm Sophia Hewin, your fourth runner-up. Hello, my name is Megan Hawes and I'm your third runner-up. Hi, I'm Mary Rose Wansuber and I'm your first runner-up. Hi, my name is Max Smith and I'm your Miss Congeniality. Sophia Beeson is our second runner-up, and we would like to say a huge thank you to all the volunteers that are helping run the shows today. It couldn't be possible without them. Class 25, Chester Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Ben Lawhorn, Abby Scheller, Mercedes Schmidt, Alex Underwood, and Trent Horney. Class 25, Chester Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Nice class of Berkshire Barrows out here, and we just have one, so obviously a little bit of spread in terms of weight and range here. With that said, starting with the young man's barrel right in front of me, he's the best skeleton one, the best built one off either end. He's the most comfortable out of his hind leg. He's fresh in his look. He's good in his spread and muscle up high. Look ahead of his blade is really good. He's square in his feet and toes, and I understand he's not the heaviest one out here. He's not the most in terms of his muscle and stoutness, but he's certainly more than acceptable, and his balance and skeleton dictates that he needs to win. Second's going to be the young man over here. Really big back, stout featured one. Love the amount of skull shape and forearm shape that this one has working in him. If I could square him up going directly away and just make him a little more comfortable right there, set his hawk back inside himself, think he runs with that champion very nicely, and then we have a discussion amongst ourselves. But that one is market look from a barrow standpoint dictates that I like him in second. The young lady's barrow directly in front of me is going to be third. Good spread and muscle shape up high. Excuse me. Both through the center part of his body shape. He needs to be a little more comfortable in his angles relative to up front. Stouter as he goes to the ground, a little tighter and more restricted out of his hock the longer he goes out here. Nice trio there at the top end. Young man that's going to be fourth in this particular class. Look from the side is very, very good. That one just needs more coming and going. He wants to close up a little bit at the ground. Young lady's barrel that comes out next in five. Good spread up high in that one. Rounder in the way he's built. Need to square him up right in his hind leg. 6 and 7 down there. Both those hogs just make them spread, be more opened up and genuine through the center part of their skeleton to move them up any higher. Good class. Let's put your hands together for the kids in the Berkshire division.
Class 26, Duroc Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Levi Roberts, Jonathan Schnarr, Tegan Horney, Landon Glunt, Jackson Fight, Casey Newby, Keegan Shively, Annie Scheller, Addison Huff, and Elena Tebby. Class 26, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results from Class 24. Champion Burke Barrow went to Coulter Galloway. Reserve, Ty Kramer. Third, Audrey Davis. Fourth, Brenner Underwood. Fifth, Carrington Roberts. Sixth, Ella Huff. And seventh, Kaylee Smith. Class 26, Duroc Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Levi Roberts, Jonathan Schnarr, Tegan Horney, Landon Glunt, Jackson Fight, Casey Newby, Keegan Shively, Annie Scheller, Addison Huff, and Elena Tebby. Class 26, please make your way to the makeup arena.
And our single class of Chesters out here. To me, a pretty easy class champion. That's the young man directly in front of me here. That's a good built, well-balanced one that's square on his feet and toes. He's fresh in his center body shape. Plenty of spread and power on the top side of his skeleton. I think a pretty easy champion and class winner for the young man. Now, I think it gets really close between for who's going to be reserve in this particular division because you have two hogs way different in their type and kind. Both of them do some unique things. I like the young lady over here that's going to be second and reserve champion. I read that barrel stouter at his knee. He's square out of his hind leg. He's bolder in the center part of his cage and fresher in his body shape. He needs to be look just a little bit neater ahead of his blade, clean him up ahead of his blade, freshen him up in his overall look right there in terms of the top side of his skeleton. That's where the barrel in third really is neat. That one spread and shape up high is very good. Muscle shape from behind is great. It's coming at you and going away. That barrel wants to close up at his knee. He's tighter, more restricted. There he wants to drive around the ring, especially out of his hip and hind leg. Need to change his skeleton ever so slightly. Good carcass-oriented market hog right there, though, in third. The barrel that comes out next, bold center, big back, just a little too fragile and uncoordinated out of his hip and hind leg. He wants to close up right there. And then five, a lean designed one that the young man has. Unfortunately, that one needs to come with just more oomph and true power to move up any higher out here. Let's put your hands together. Good class of Chesters right there.
Results of Class 25. Champion Chester went to Alexander Underwood. Reserve, Abby Scheller. Third, Mercedes Schmidt. Fourth, Trent Horney. And fifth, Ben Lawhorn. Class 27, Duroc Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Alex Grau, Austin Tubby, Alexandria Pickard, Corey Schultz, Alexander Underwood, Davey Scheller, Ava Willis, Jack Higgins, Jackson Davis, and Tucker Miller. Class 27, please make your way to the makeup arena. Last call for Class 27 Duroc Barrows. Please make your way to the makeup arena.
Very nice class of Durocs here, and these top trio are very, very good in a lot of different ways. Going to start with the young man in the green shirt right here, though. I think that one wins, and wins pretty comfortably. Outside of his front feet being just a little soft, that one is easily the boldest and squarest in his cage. He spreads as much dimension of muscle on the top side of his skeleton. He's loose in his structure. He hinges a very comfortable hip, easily the best in terms of his foot size, going directly away. Big, stout barrel right there to go ahead and win. Second's going to be the young man over here in the light blue shirt. That one's look ahead of his blade, natural elevation up front is the best in this particular class. He's so fresh in terms of his look at the top of his neck and his crest right there. Love the amount of muscle shape he has. Coming directly at you, need to square him up right at his knee, going directly away. He's really big at the top side of his pin set. He wants to close up right at the ground and just twist ever so slightly at the surface. Really a freshly presented one that the young man has here in 3. I love the skin and hair, the way that one comes together right there in terms of a look. Maybe just a little bit overdone in terms of crest of his neck, jowl, cheek. Need to clean him up right there. Bigger issue for me. Thought he was the most upright in the set to his blade and the set to his knee. Need to change him in that regard. Be honest, probably from there we could mix and match some hogs, a little bit. 4 is going to be a big skeleton one that the young lady has here. Big arm, just a little dry in the center part of her skeleton, but a good carcass muscle shape working in that guy. Nice barrel right here with a big stout skull and big forearm in him. Just closes up a little bit, coming at you. A little bit plainer in his look ahead of his blade. If we come on down to 6, there's one that has good muscle shape right up high, behind from his 10th rib back, top of his hip. A little bit rounder in the way he's built, especially out of his blade. And as we move on down in 7, 8, 9, 10, we kind of start moving some of these hogs out here. They start to run out of gas in terms of just natural spread, but a big, good lean muscular shape. And some of these barrows just need to open them up and make them square underneath. Good class. Let's put your hands together for those kids.
Class 28 Hamp Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Caden Hine, Izzy Grell, Keegan Shively, Maddie Roberts, Nora Privet, Wyatt Swinford, and Ava Lee. Class 28 Hamp Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of Class 26, 10th, Levi Roberts, 9, Tegan Horney, 8, Casey Newby, 7th, Jonathan Schnarr, 6th, Addison Huff, 5th, Annie Scheller, 4th, Elena Tevy, 3rd, Jackson Fight, 2nd, Landon Blunt, and 1st, Keegan Shively. Reminder to all 4-Hers and parents, you only have 15 minutes left to get those auction forms turned in to the main office.
Nice heavyweight class of Durocs here, and I think a pretty easy place to start. Young man in the blue checkered shirt out there. That's a stout featured one that's really opened up and very genuine, coming and going. Three-dimensional in his body cage. He's square, he's sound, he's comfortable enough. He's certainly wide enough going directly away, and you just place his hawk back inside himself ever so slightly. Thought he handled it as well as anything out here in a really fresh look. Second's going to be the young lady directly in front of me. Thought we followed our class winner as well as anything out here in terms of just natural look, elevation, and then a stout featured jawline level in our design. You could take just a little longer step off his rear to change him in that regard, but I think an awfully good one. Third place barrel out here that the young lady has really grew on me. I think he is a little bit piecey, but stout form, big feature, stout hind leg, uses his hind leg well, little drive through the center part of his cage. Thought he was more genuine coming and going than the young man's barrel that's going to be fourth in this particular class. Good look from the side that this barrel has. Elevation, look, presentation is very nice. They need to make him square at his knee, square at his hawk, and just more three-dimensional and opened up underneath, but a really neat look from the side. Young man's barrel that comes out next in five. Really like the stoutness in the upper part of his rib cage. Top of his blade right there is good in terms of his spread. Runs downhill a little bit, wants to swing those back two ever so slightly, kind of around himself as he drives directly away. Square him up right there. So come on down in six. There's a good stout barrel that has plenty of natural spread and muscle. Just closes up a little bit coming at you. 7, 8, 9, 10. We can bring these on out here. Big hug in 7 just needs to be a little bit leaner in our design, change the skeleton on 8, 9, and 10 there relative to how they're built from the side. Let's go and put your hands together. Another good class of barrows.
We will now be selecting our champion Duroc barrow from Class 26, Keegan Shively, and Class 27, Jackson Davis.
Good division of red barrows here. Our class winner out of that first class, young man in the green shirt over here, very balanced, proportional barrow that is stout in his feature, handles his hip and hind leg exceptionally well. You know, everything matches and blends and pieces together for me. We can pick him up on his front feet. We talked about that in class, but an awfully good barrow. Young man that was second to him, look ahead of our blade. It's very, very good. Love his forearm shape coming directly out of the gate at you. Bold in the center part of his body. Talked about him going away. That one's right on the edge where he wants to set his hock inside his body. Well, there we could change him ever so slightly. Thought his elevation and look and freshness was very, very good. Young man's big barrow that won that last class, you know, relative to a big heavyweight barrow. That one's stout. He's bold. He's still fresh in the center part of his body cavity. He's big up high. Where are you comfortable enough where he sets his hind leg? You know, he's right there on the edge of bowing, just a little too much for me. But if you could set that back inside himself, I think would be really good. But that one is big and fresh, takes a long step around the ring. Young lady's barrow that was second to him, thought it matched him as well as anything relative to just a proportional, stout-featured look from the side. Maybe needs to take just a little longer step off his rear, too. Thought there was a very, very good Duroc drive. I like the two lightweights as champion reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Duroc Barrow champion Keegan Shively and Landon Glunt with the reserve. Class 29, Hereford Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Eddie Muir, McKinley Stahlbaum, Ethan Miller, Trip Baugh, and Ashley Wabel. Class 29, Hereford Barrows, please make your way to the show arena. We would like to take a moment to introduce our judge for today, Ben Cooley from Sterling, Colorado. Ben is a graduate of Colorado State University with a degree in animal science. He is a member of the 2002 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team and a former animal science professor and livestock judging coach at Northeastern Junior College. Ben is currently a livestock production specialist for Zoetis, and he is co-owner in Flatland Show Pigs, where they run about 80 sows. Let's give a big round of applause to our judge today, Ben Cooley.
Nice class of Hampshires here, and I think a pretty easy place to start. Young lady, stout featured barrow directly in front of me is going to be your champion. Very, very nice barrow when it comes to just total spread and mass up high. He's big and fresh in his shape. He's the stoutest featured, biggest armed one that is the stoutest from behind. Good, nice purebred Hampshire barrow to go ahead and win. Reserve's going to be the young man in the green shirt directly in front of me. Really a long necked one that's comfortable in his skeleton. He's very correct in the way he handles his hip and hind leg. Good in his muscle shape at the top of his pins. Didn't read him as stout in his jawline. Right at his ankle is our champion, but a very, very nice barrow to go ahead and be second. Really a unique one that the young man has in 3, and he's probably just not quite ready in terms of that market weight and just fleshing out completely, but a very neat look from the side, great muscle shape and expression on the top side of his skeleton. I need more feature, need more heart and just stoutness and body, and that guy to probably run up in that top pair. The one that comes out next of the young ladies is one that is good from the side, depth of body's good, a little flatter and plainer in his muscle shape. Kind of same goes with the young man in 5 here today. Good skin and hair and presentation on that one. Just runs out of gas in terms of some true muscle, but a very big stout hind leg. 6 and 7 over here. We need them just to be opened up and more comfortable right at the ground as they get a little pigeon-toed coming at you, and just be stouter in their overall feature. Let's go and put your hands together. Nice job, young people.
Class 30 Landrace Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Preston Stokel, Avery Hills, Alex Grau, and Tanner Dawson. Class 30 Landrace Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results from Class 28, Champion Hamp Barrow goes to Ava Lee, and Reserve Keegan Shively. 3rd, Caden Hine. 4th, Izzy Grau. 5th, Wyatt Swinford. 6th, Nora Privet. And 7th, Madeline Roberts. Last call, Class 30 Landrace Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Nice top pair for barrows out here, and a little bit different in the way they come together, but I thought these two easily had the most quality just in terms of their skeletal correctness and comfort level. With that said, we're going to start with the young man's saddleback barrow over here to be champion. Strictly for the standpoint, that one is square in his shape up high. He's more natural in his spread. He's leaner in his composition. I rate him stouter in his overall feature as well off his rear leg, but a tremendously long-bodied one that's much better in his muscle shape and more genuine there on the top side of his skeleton. The young lady's barrow, that's the second. That one's a tall-shouldered, short back one that's moderate in his build, good in his center body shape, certainly comfortable off his rear third of his skeleton. A little bit crestier about the edge of his neck there. He's plainer about his edges up high. Need to lean him up in his composition. Probably those are the differences I see between them. Very nice pair of barrows. Third is a good barrow right here with the young man. It's tall-shouldered, shown exceptionally well. Just runs out of gas in terms of just some feature. Total power and width coming at you to run to that top pair. Good, lean, muscular barrow the young lady has here in 4. Just need to square that one up off his hock and just be more comfortable. Same goes for the young man's barrow that rounds out the class here. Good muscle shape up high. Need to clean up those rear joints. Let's go ahead and put your hands together for all those exhibitors. Good class.
We have a special man down here at the north end of the show arena, Mr. Jim Riggs. Tomorrow is his 80th birthday, and 70 years ago was his first year in 4-H. And we just want to take a moment to wish him a happy birthday. He was a longtime 4-H member, raised some pigs, sheep, did a little bit of everything. So happy 80th birthday.
Well, thank you.
Class 31, Poland Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Waylon Grinstead, Gabe Willis, Caitlin Graham, Wyatt Rude, Kinley Privet, and Faith Wayman. Class 31, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Nice class of Landrace barrows out here, and we don't need to debate where we need to start. That's the young man in the orange shirt out here. That's the one that's as comfortable as anything in the ring, but most importantly, he spreads the most true meat animal shape on the top side of the skeleton. He's the squarest to his feet and legs. He's the most comfortable and best balanced. Nice presentation out here. I think a pretty easy class champion. From there, I think we could do some different things. There are different types and kinds of Landrace barrows out here, kind of depending where you want to put your priority. For reserve, I'm going to use the young man directly in front of me. That one's bold and square in the center part of his body cage. He has as much volume of muscle as anything out here and is heavy structured. He needs to be cleaned up a little bit ahead of his blade, a little easy in his top line, but I'll accept that relative to all the positives he brings to the table. Third's going to be the young man in the checkered shirt over here, one that has good spread of muscle up high, big in his pin set, closes up just a little bit from his hock to the ground, a little bit off in terms of just how it pieces and bounces together. Fourth's going to be the young lady over here directly in the corner, one that barrel that certainly is level in his design, just reads a little bit plain ahead of his blade, needs to be freshened up in his overall look. Let's put your hands together. Nice class of Landraces.
Class 31, Poland Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Waylon Grinstead, Gabe Willis, Caitlin Graham, Wyatt Rude, Kinley Privet, and Faith Lehman. Results of Class 29, Hereford Barrows. Champion went to Trip Baugh, and reserve, Ashley Rabel. Third, Ethan Miller. Fourth, McKinley Stahlbaum. And fifth, Eddie Muir. Results of Class 30 Landrace Barrels, champion Alex Grau, reserve Tanner Dawson, third Preston Stokel, and fourth Avery Hills. Class 32 Spot Barrels, please make your way to the makeup arena. Jocelyn McNutt, Gabe Snyder, Valerie Adams, Lily Higgins, Bridget McKinney, Brody McKinney, Izzy Grau, Liam Travis, Mackenzie Pickard. Please make your way to the makeup arena. I would also like to give a quick shout out to Hamilton County Television for doing a live broadcast today of our swine show. You can find them on demand on your Amazon Fire Stick or device, or online at www.hctv1.com, YouTube, and even on your Roku TV or Roku device. So thank you so much for Hamilton County Television for doing that for us. And also for the first time this year, they will be broadcasting our PD show. So be sure to tune in online if you're not able to join us tonight. Last call, Class 32 Spot Barrels. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Jocelyn McNutt, Gabe Snyder, Valerie Adams, Lily Higgins, Bridget McKinney, Brody McKinney, Izzy Grau, Liam Travis, and Mackenzie Pickard. Class 32 Spot Barrels, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Poland division here. Boy, I wish we can combine these top two in some places. I think we'd have a really killer one. But that said, the best skeleton one, the most comfortable one, young lady in the white shirt's going to go ahead and win this particular division. He just handles himself so much better. He's cleaner in his rear joints. He's more comfortable at the ground. Very proportional, heavy structured, well-balanced one. Still spreads plenty of natural power and muscle. The one in second, boy, I absolutely love the spread and fresh muscle shape. Top side of this one's skeleton. Love those things about him. He needs to get cleaned up in that rear right joint for me to move him up and be champion in this particular class. Love that one's body shape, freshness, true power. Young lady that comes out next, belly up. I really like this Poland barrel. He's bold in the center part of his cage. His spread is really good up high. He's just a little too round in terms of the way he's built out of his blade and down to the ground. He wants to close up, wants to whirl in his hawk. He just needs to be more comfortable in the way he steps around the ring. Good lean muscle shape up high in the barrel that comes out next. Need to spread that one wider right at his knee, coming and going. Then in 5 over here, really a moderate one that's stout featured. Like those things about him. Need more natural muscle shape, just plainer right at the top side of his hip there. And then in 6 over here, truly a heavy structured one that's bold in the center part of his cage. Just the plainest in terms of his muscle shape. Probably the most out there in terms of where his hock sets at. Big congratulations to all these kids.
Class 33, Spot Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Waylon Grinstead, Jackson Davis, Brody McKinney, Logan Bates, Anthony Charlton, and Jacob Glunt. Class 33, Spot Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of Class 31, Poland Barrows. Champion went to Caitlin Graham. Reserve, Faith Lehman. Third, Kinley Privet. Fourth, Gabe Willis. Fifth, Waylon Grinstead. And sixth, Wyatt Rude.
A little bit of give and take out here in this particular spot class. Happy to start with the young lady in the pink shirt over here along the rail. That's the tallest shoulder one. That's the freshest in his muscle shape up high. He's as comfortable in his skeleton as anything. He's square from hock to ground, drives around the ring with as much comfort and ease. Very nice barrel to go ahead and win this particular class. Second's going to be the heavy structure barrel of the young ladies directly in front of me right here. Big back shape in that one, big pin set. He's a little on the outside of his skeleton going away, but I thought we deemed him acceptable enough, and his heaviness of duty, heaviness of skeleton allows him to go ahead and be in the top pair in this class. And third over here, the young man's moderate barrel, really a stout, featured, hairy, dense one. Just need to get that guy a little bit bigger in his kind. He's a little more moderate than I deem necessary. The bigger issue for me, hip and hind leg, that kind of wants to shuffle those two around the ring. Need to make him a little more coordinated and comfortable right there. Young lady's barrel that comes out next in four. That one's spread wide enough underneath. Just the challenge becomes on that one. Just not enough natural shape of muscle and lean design right on the top side of that one. Skeleton. Barrel that comes out next is one that is tall-shouldered, good looking from the side. Just wants to close up right at his hock going directly away. In six. Over here, another really extended one, big in our kind, just a little too narrow coming and going. 7 and 8 over here. Need to open both of those up just a little bit wider, fix them in terms of their skeleton and how they want to handle their hind leg. Nice class of spot barrows. Please put your hands together for those kids.
Wyatt Reed, we have your exhibitor number at our announcer's table if you would like to come get that. Class 34, tan barrels, please make your way to the makeup arena. Jesse Bishop, Madeline Roberts, Noah Rowland, and Avery Hills. Class 34, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of Class 32 spot barrels. First, Izzy Grau. Second, Mackenzie Pickard. Third, Gabe Snyder. Fourth, Liam Travis. Fifth, Lily Higgins. Sixth, Valerie Adams. Seventh, Bridget McKinney. And eighth, Jocelyn McNutt.
Nice heavyweight class of spots, and I think a pretty easy place to start. Young man in the pink shirt over here. That's a really good built one that's has all the bells and whistles that we need to have in our show ring today. Heavy structure, durable design. Very nice spot barrow to go ahead and win. Second's going to be the young man in the red shirt directly in front of me. Thought he followed our class winner as well as anything. Naturally tall, elevated, lean muscle shape up high. Very square going directly away. Not quite as stout in his overall feature in his front arm as our class winner. Nice third place barrow right here. Lean muscular shape, square and bold coming directly at you. Maybe not quite as much look ahead of our blade. We needed to make it more elevated right there. He wants to just shuffle a little bit off his rear too. Kind of on down the line here, 4, 5, and 6, you could shuffle him around. Heavy structure barrel right here. Closes up a little bit going directly away in terms of his hock. Here's one we just need to lean up in his overall composition, but I like the center body shape that one has. Natural volume of muscle is good. And the barrow that rounds out the class over here, another heavy structured one. Just need to change the angle of his hock, make him a little more mobile. Nice heavyweight class of spots. Please give those kids a big round of applause, doing a really good job.
We will now be showing for our champion spot barrow from class 32, Izzy Grau, and 33, Jacob Glunt. Class 35, York Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Braxton Stahlbaum, Olivia Higgins, Jonathan Schnarr, Colton Fight, and Ashley Wabel.
Nice spot division here out of that first class. Good built one from the side. The young lady has. It's very fresh and youthful ahead of his blade. Good lean muscular shape. One that was second in that class. We talked being a very stout, heavy structured type of a barrel. Out of our heavy class, young man in the pink shirt over here. Very freshly presented, high quality show barrel with a really elite look ahead of his blade. Very fresh in the way he's put together out here. The one that was second behind him. Very tall bladed. Keep showing, young man. You're doing good. No problem. Tall shouldered, fresh made one. Really like the way that one's put together in terms of being a heavyweight spot barrel. I think 4 very nice ones. The champion reserve will come out of your heavy division. Young man in the pink, young man in the red. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion spot barrow, Jacob Glunt, and reserve, Logan Bates. Class 35 York Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Braxton Stahlbaum, Olivia Higgins, Jonathan Schnarr, Colton Fight, and Ashley Wabel. Class 36, York Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Taylor Newby, Carrington Roberts, Brenner Underwood, Trent Horney, Carrington Roberts, Jesse Bishop, and Davey Scheller. Class 35 and 36, York Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Single class of TAMs out here. I think a pretty easy place to start. Young lady in the purple shirt directly in front of me. That's the one that spreads the most natural muscle from blade to hip. He's the freshest in his shape on the top side of his skeleton. He's square at his feet and legs. Nice Tamworth barrow to go ahead and win. I think from there you could do some mixing and matching amongst the other remaining trio of how you want to line them up. The one that I keep coming back to relative being the next best one in terms of just some carcass merit, lean meat animal shape is the young man in the cool shirt over here. here along the rail. That one's shape and leanness up high is good. He's square going away. It needs to be bolder through the center part of his cage, but I think that's the next best one. Third's going to be the young lady in the striped shirt over here. Good one from the side. Natural elevation is good. Too round in his muscle shape. Didn't read his composition. Is quite natural and genuine enough. They're coming and going. And they're rounding out the class over here. Young lady in the glasses. I thought this one was a very nice bear in terms of fresh body shape, depth of heart from the side. Challenge becomes he's pretty plain in terms of his muscle shape. Wants to close up at the ground. Nice class of TAMs. Put your hands together for those kids. Very good job.
Results from Class 34. Congratulations to Madeline Roberts with her champion Tamworth Barrow and Reserve, Jesse Bishop. Third, Avery Hills, and fourth, Nora Rowland. Class 36 York Barrows, you should be making your way to the makeup arena. Taylor Newby, Carrington Roberts, Brenner Underwood, Trent Horney, Carrington Roberts, Jesse Bishop, and Davey Scheller. Just a reminder, directly following our barrow show, we will go right into the Gilt Grand Drive, followed by the Barrow Drive, and then we will end our show with showmanship.
First class of Yorkshire's out in the ring. We'll start with the young lady in the blue over here. One that's square coming and going in his chest floor. He's square and opened up in the center part of his rib cage. I need to pick him up on all 4 feet just ever so slightly. But relative to this class, balance, kind, range of motion, comfort level, squareness from behind. We're going to go ahead and use him to win. Young lady's barrow that's in second here. I absolutely love this one's shape and lean meat animal look. The head behind his blade in terms of his top line. A little bit piecier the way he comes together. Wants to run downhill, steeper out of his hip, kind of rolls on the outside of his toes there, going directly away. He is stronger in his pastern, which I particularly like than our class winner. Nice pair. The young man's barrow that comes out next, there's one that's deep center. He's fleshy in terms of his body shape there. Maybe just a little overdone, though, when you start studying the muscle composition on the top side. He gets a little bit round in his overall look. In 4 and 5, we bring both those barrows out. We just need to open both of those up, make them a little more genuine and three-dimensional coming at you, but still lean enough in their composition. Let's go ahead and put our hands together. Nice class of Yorkshire barrows.
Class 37 lightweight crossbred barrows, please be making your way to the makeup arena. Faith Lehman, Brinley Zeller, Samantha Madden, Jacob Glunt, Cooper Kilfoyle, Connor Zeller, Jenna Schnarr, and Izzy Grau. Class 37, please be making your way to the makeup arena. Results from Class 35. First, Ashley Rabel. Second, Olivia Higgins. Third, Colton Fight. Fourth, Jonathan Schnarr. And fifth, Braxton Stahlbaum. The 2023 Hamilton County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by Co-Alliance. Co-Alliance, your local farmer-owned cooperative, values swine production and a showman who worked so hard on this project. Well done, exhibitors from Co-Alliance Cooperative. Co-Alliance, we deliver. Let's give our sponsor, Co-Alliance, a round of applause.
Interesting class of Yorkshire Barrows right here. I think, again, some parts and pieces that come to you, and you kind of have to figure out where your priorities want to lie and how you want to put this together. The barrel I'm happiest with starting, young man over here in the glasses. Big form, stout-featured one, big in his hind leg, uses his hind leg as well as anything out here in the ring. He's fresh in his muscle shape up high. I wish we could drop his body and rear flank ever so slightly just to help him kind of piece all together there. But relative to this class, he's as square and comfortable on his feet. He's big in his muscle shape up high, and he's square coming and going. Second's going to be the young lady directly in front of me. That's a bold center, big backed one that's spread with a tremendous amount of power up high. A little bit piecier, and the way he's constructed out here, kind of a little bit flatter on his front feet, rounder out of his hip than he needs to be. But I thought his muscle shape, freshness, and added durability allowed him to go ahead and be second in this particular class. Neat barrel that the young man has there in the corner, a short backed, kind of burly one, as we've seen in this Yorkshire division. I like those things about him. He just needs to be fresher ahead of his blade, fresher in his look on the top side of this skeleton to allow him to go ahead and be in that top pair, but a very nice barrel in third. Young man's barrel in four, tall bladed one that's really long-sided, just closes up too much at his knee, not coordinated enough off his rear too. And five, the young lady's hog over here, good look from the side, coming and going, wants to close up again right at the base of the sternum and be consequently narrower as we go back. 6 and 7 over here, need to give him a shot more genuine muscle shape up high to allow him to compete out here, but good barrels that still drive around the ring exceptionally well, very nicely shown. Let's go and put our hands together for those kids.
We will now be showing for our champion York, Barrow, and Reserve.
Maybe as challenging of division as we've had all day, maybe just not one that does everything or enough of everything that really feel comfortable with. But at the same time, I think there's 4 very nice barrows out here that do have a quality to them. Out of that light class, the young lady in the blue shirt over there, balanced, proportional, square, comfortable and sound. He needs to be picked up on his feet. We talked about that, but I like those in regard to just a balance and kind, does a very good job. The one that was second in that class, heavy structured, strong-footed barrow, needed to change him out of his hip and hind leg ever so slightly. The young man that wins that's heavy class, heavy structured, big form one, drop him in his rear third of his body just a little bit. That will help him balance out. And the one that was second, big backed one, little crestier around his neck, needs to drive a little bit better off his rear too. For me, the one I like best, young lady out of the first class, she's going to be your champion. Young man out of the heavy class is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion York Barrow, Ashley Rabel, and Reserve, Brenner Underwood. Class 38 lightweight crossbred barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Charlie Merriman, Carson Richards, Braxton Zeller, Ethan Zeller, Trip Ball, Samantha Madden, Maddie Roberts, and Joni Swinford. Class 38, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Nice lightweight class of crossbred market barrows. We're going to start with the young lady's chromed up barrow over here to my left. That's a stout, heavy structured one. Really comfortable out of his hind leg, reaches there ahead of his, up under his navel really well. I thought his balance and feature matched as well as anything. He's still lean enough in his composition. Relative to where that one wants to step outside of the box, going directly away, we could debate that a little bit, but I thought his range of motion, comfortability level, and just his heaviness of skeleton allowed him to go ahead and win. Second's going to be the young man's Calico directly in front of me. Very well driven, exceptionally done by that young man. Very fresh presentation. I need more true, honest muscle shape in this guy right on the top side of his hip. I need him to be stouter in his features. You go to his ankle and down at the ground, he's just a little flatter in his overall jaw. Very well presented barrow, though. Third's going to be the young lady's blue-rumped barrow right here. Boy, big ditch laying in that one. Tremendous amount of spread and power, square and three-dimensional coming at you. Need to lengthen out the top of his rump structure. Allow him to just go with a little more comfort and ease off his rear, too. Painted up barrow that comes out next of the young man. That one is short-backed and really burly and big-backed and swelled in terms of his center body and full as a tick. With that said, I thought he was more upright in terms of the set to his rear foot and pastern. Needs to go with just more comfort and ease. Big-backed one here that the young man has. That one needs to be just neater ahead of his blade, picked up on his front feet. Young lady's hog comes out next. Plenty of natural muscle shape, and that one wants to bow right on the outside of his hock, going directly away. 7 and 8 coming on out here. As you watch them coming at you and driving there, they're the most closed up at the ground. That's what gets them into 7 and 8. But still, tall-shouldered, good-looking hogs and barrows that have fed well for the young people. Let's go ahead and put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Class 39 lightweight crossbred barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Ashley Rabel, Elena Hansen, Ellie Miller, Randy Pitts, Cooper Kilfoyle, Brinley Zeller, Charlie Merriman, and John Huff. Class 39 lightweight crossbred barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results from Class 37. First place, Faith Lehman. Second place, Jacob Glunt. Third place, Samantha Madden. Fourth place, Cooper Kilfoyle. Fifth place, Connor Zeller. Sixth place, Brinley Zeller. Seventh place, Jenna Schnarr. And eighth place, Izzy Grau.
maybe not one out here that just grabs and does everything that we need to do relative to, a true market hog, but I think three very nice individuals that all have a lot of quality and a lot of good to them. And I think you just have to kind of decide where you're going to push your priorities, what you're comfortable with, and that becomes maybe a little bit challenging in a couple steps. Well, I'm going to start with young man's blue back barrel right over here directly in front of me. Thought that is a comfortable, complete, functional market hog that is square coming and going. He's good enough in terms of his muscle shape. He's good enough in terms of his skeleton and heaviness of structure. He balances in proportions well enough for me out here. Does he need to be stouter in his jaw? Absolutely. Stouter in his front arm. I'd like to peel just a little bit of fat off of that guy right up on the crest of his neck, but I thought that one's comfort level, skeleton, balance allowed him to go ahead and win. Second's going to be the young lady's big backed stout one in front of me right here. That one has as much spread and power and dimension as you'd expect. I just need him to go a little more comfortably. He's rounder the way he's built. He's a little overdone in terms of just the amount of muscle we have working in him going directly away, but a big backed, really big, stout-legged one. Neat looking one from the side that the young man has, and I absolutely love the way he's presented and shown out here. The young man's doing a very nice job. That one just simply does not have enough true muscle for me. He needs to be spread square right at the top side of his blade, all the way back to his hip, and just have more true dimension and power going away. The young man's hog that comes down next, front two-thirds, I like that one. Just bowed too much out of his hock there, but a round-bodied, big-backed one nonetheless. Young lady's barrow in 5. There's one that spreads plenty of natural muscle up high, too round and common ahead of his blade, just cresty about his neck. Kind of same goes for the level air blue barrow that the young man has coming out next. Good center body freshness in that one. Just need to square him up on his edges, freshen him up his overall look. 7 and 8 here. Need to change our skeletons just a little bit. They want to bow in their hawk, be a little more coordinated in the way they step around the ring. Let's go ahead and put our hands together. Nice class for those competitors.
Class 40 lightweight crossbred barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Eli Kolb, Tanner Dawson, Landon Glunt, Keegan Shigley, Mercedes Schmidt, and Olivia Underwood. Results from Class 38. First, Trip Baugh. Second, Maddie Roberts. Third, Charlie Merriman. Fourth, Ethan Zeller. Fifth, Samantha Madden. Sixth, Braxton Zeller. Seventh, Carson Richards. And eighth, Joni Swinford. Class 40, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Interesting class with a lot of quality out here. I'm going to start with the young lady with the blue back barrel directly over here. That one's balance, comfort level, range of motion is the best out here in this particular class. He's fresh enough upside on the top side of his skeleton. All of his pieces match and fit together extremely well. You know, going directly away, that one's kind of right rear wants to just bend ever so slightly right there. If we could square him up right there, I don't think it's then close. He isn't the heaviest structured one, but he is the best one in terms of balance, kind, the way all the pieces fit together. Second's going to be the young man's painted up barrel right here, one that is very stout and heavy structured. He's big in his forearm. He's just a little too short in his rump. We probably got him just a little overfilled out here, and he just wants to shuffle those back two. He needs to go with just a little more comfort in these, but you can see it both in his angles, both fore and aft, changed him in that regard. Young lady's calico that's going to be third in this particular class, man, I really love some pieces to him. His extension ahead of his blade, his comfort level in his blade right there is very good. From the side, that one just reads a rib longer bodied. He needs to be fuller and fresher right at his ham-loin junction right there. And he too wants to bow on the outside of himself. If I'm going to accept one that's a little bit skinnier, I need to set that hind leg in better behind himself. The blue one right here of the young man's, that's a bold-centered one that obviously has a tremendous amount of power. A little more Roman-headed, older in his overall look. Need to freshen that one up, make it more youthful, and allow him to move up today. The chromed up one of the young ladies that comes out next. Neat look coming right out of the gate, just reads plainer across his loin edge there in terms of his muscle. He's a little tighter and more restricted the longer he goes off his rear too. As we get down 6, 7, 8 over here, we need to spread those hogs, make them just a little bit wider and more genuine in their overall kind, but good feedable hogs that have done well for the young people. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
Results from Class 39. First place, Ashley Rabel. Second place, Cooper Kilfoyle. Third place, Brinley Zeller. Fourth place, Charlie Merriman. Fifth place, Ellie Miller. Sixth place, Elena Hansen. Seventh place, John Huff. And eighth place, Randy Pitts. Following Class 40, we will be selecting our lightweight cross champion and reserve.
Very good pair of barrels here on the top end of this particular crossbred class. We're going to start with the young man in the blue shirt directly in front of me over here. Belted barrel here. He's naturally taller and more elevated at the top of his blade. He's neater ahead of his blade in the look that he has in his skull, jawline, neck, the way it ties together, his levelness of spine, levelness of rump structure, length across the plane of his stifle is the best in this particular class. He's square, he's really big-legged, going directly away, spreads plenty of natural muscle. Pick him up on his front feet, but that's a heavy structured one that's really neat looking ahead of his blade. Love the way the young man in second drives his barrel around the ring, bold in the center part of his cage. That's where he's particularly better than the one that wins this class. He's round there. He's naturally opened up at the base of his sternum. He's big and is spread up high. From the side, that one's too rounded the way his neck and shoulder all blend together. He's rounder out of his hip. We need to make him more comfortable there, correct there from the side for me to use him, but I think that pair is awfully, awfully good. Young man's barrel that's in 3, and I'll be honest, 3, 4, 5, 6, you could probably start to scramble him a little, but 3, heavy structured, stout, durable, dense one, just needs to be picked up on his front feet, need a little better look from the side. The young lady's sort of chromed up barrel from the side, that one's fresh in his muscle shape up high. I like those things about him. He's too short in his rump structure and straight in his hock. Need to make him more comfortable there. Blue-eyed barrel that comes out next, lean, mean animal shape up high is very, very good. Make that one bolder in the center part of his cage, drop him in his rear flank to allow him to kind of blend and balance together better. And the blue barrel over here, bold, round, big center body, just need to be leaner in overall composition. Let's go ahead and put your hands together. Very nice class.
Class 41, heavyweight crossbred barrels, please make your way to the makeup arena. Maddie Higgins, Charlotte Underwood, Ben Wiggins, Alex Underwood, Logan Bates, and Caitlin Graham. We will now be showing for our lightweight cross champion and reserve. From class 37, we have Faith Lehman. Class 38, Trip Baugh. Class 39, Ashley Abel. And class 40, Landon Glunt. Class 41, heavyweight crossbred barrels, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Good division of lightweight crossbred barrels out here, and 4 very nice class winners. Just to talk about them, the young lady in the purple shirt that came out of that first class, heavy constructed, stout forearm, big hind leg, probably has as much, featured down low as any hog out there. With that said, he starts to, from a balance standpoint from the side, he's almost one that reads a little longer body than he is tall. Maybe maturity-wise, that one looks like he has a little bit of age on him. But even with that said, still think there's a lot of quality there. Very comfortable in his skeleton for that much feature. The young man that came out of the second class won that class because I think just a comfortable, well-designed market hog that doesn't do anything too wrong out here. Relative to this championship division, you have to say, all right, does he have enough feature? Do maybe just enough look and extras ahead of his blade to go ahead and run in the top end? But I think a very balanced, very comfortable barrel. Young lady's blue mask barrel that came out of that third class, very fresh, youthful, fits his maturity, fits his weight extremely well. Bold-chested, he's big in his shape up high, is long in his rump structure and hip as anything out here. Takes a long step. You have to ask yourself from behind, is that one stepping down? Is he square enough right there at his hock? Does he have as much feature just in his ankle relative to the mass he has up high? Those are the questions that run through my mind, but an awfully good barrel. Belted one that came out of that last class. Neat look from the side. Extension ahead of his blade is good. Matches his length of body, length across the plane of his stifle. Very level in his rump structure there. Big fat hind leg on him. Reed's maybe just a little bit drier in his center body. One that certainly has a little more age to him from a maturity standpoint. That's something we probably don't talk as much about relative in this show pig world anymore because we make them so old now and we can stretch them for so long. But there is something to discuss, I think, relative to how I see all of these barrels. 4 very nice ones out here. I'll take one more look, select your champion, and then get your reserve in this division. One more time, put your hands together. Neat one that comes out second out of that class. Stout, bold, round-bodied. We talked about the length of hip needs to be better, and that guy just allowed him to go a little bit more. Thought there was another one out there that was awfully good. Young man out of the last class will be reserved in this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Ashley Rabel with the lightweight cross barrel champion and reserve to Landon Glunt. Class 42, please make your way to the makeup arena. Madeline Garber, Eliana Roberts, Eli Kolb, Audrey Davis, Tucker Miller, Hallie Scheller, Jackson Davis, Grace Reynolds, and Seth Osborne. Class 42, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Good class of heavyweight barrows here at the top end, and I think a pair that complement each other in a lot of different ways, and you could, mix and match some pieces amongst them. Happy to start with the young man's black-headed barrow directly in front of me here. That one is tall-bladed, comfortable in the angle to his blade. To me, he takes a longer step off his rear two, is more comfortable right in his rear pastern, and at the ground, he has big spread and shape up high. His pieces and balance all fit together. And even with that said, his head maybe just reads a little bit more mature. Length of face right there. You could change that about him, but I thought that one can go ahead and win. The young lady in white shirt's going to be second in this particular class. Certainly a little more youthful about his head. He's bold and fresh in the center part of his skeleton. Tremendous amount of shape up high. Longer this one goes, we just start to get a little tighter and more uncomfortable. The way we want to step around the ring, he jabs those rear two off the end of his skeleton there. I don't know if length or rump structure necessarily it defines that pair, but I know mobility and comfort level at the ground do. Young man in third right here. That's a good third place pair with a tremendous amount of spread and dimension up high. He's big in his pin set. He bows on the right outside of his hock there. He's just shorter in his hip and just a little more uncoordinated the way he wants to step around the ring. Young lady's hog that comes out next. Front 2/3 are good, and that one fresh, big back, just wants to roll that rear ankle and pastern, just not as comfortable and coordinated there. Same goes for the young man in the red shirt coming out next. That one's freshness and look ahead of his blade is exceptionally good. Shape up high is very good. He just needs to fix his hind leg structure to move up any higher. And then 6 over here, the spotted up barrel of the young ladies. There's one that's bold and square in the center part of his body cavity. He's just too plain off either end of his skeleton. Let's go ahead and put your hands together. Nice class there in that heavyweight division.
Results from Class 41 Heavyweight Crossbred Barrows. 6th place, Maddie Higgins. 5th place, Logan Bates. 4th place, Charlotte Underwood. 3rd place, Ben Wiggins. 2nd place, Caitlin Graham. And 1st place, Alexander Underwood. Following Class 42, we will select our heavyweight champion and then our overall crossbred champion. If you are a gilt grand champion or reserve breed champion, make sure you're getting those ready because we will be doing the gilt grand drive directly following the selection of our overall cross barrow. We would also like to thank our swine photographer of the day, Michaela Maloney, for donating her time to capture photos of all of the kids today. She will also be doing backdrop photos at the south end of the show arena following the show. There are QR codes around the fairgrounds that you can scan to access and purchase pictures that she has taken today.
We're going to go ahead and start with the young lady's red belt directly in front of me to win this particular class. That was the freshest in his center body. He's as comfortable in his skeleton as anything. Length of rump, length of hip, where he handles himself with a big hind leg. He's his most comfortable out here, and he's a freshly presented one that's proportional and well balanced. We need to clean him up, maybe just ahead of his blade, right in his throat. That's where the one in second probably just has a little neater look, even though I'd read his face just a little bit longer, and I don't know if he's any stouter necessarily in his jaw. But from there back, that's a big forearm barrel. It's big and is spread up high. Didn't read him quite as mobile, comfortable right out of his hip and hind leg. Kind of wanted to shuffle him along there. Wish he would crank that flag tail up just a little bit higher to help him out there. But that's a good barrel that's going to be in 2. From there, I thought 3, 4, and 5, you could have switched and swapped those around just a little bit. Blue-eyed barrel that comes out next. Good proportional balanced one from the side. Needs more featured right at his ankle, but I thought his hip and hind leg and mobility allowed him to get up there into that 3rd spot, clean up his lower flank. Young lady's barrel that comes out next, kind of from his shoulder blade back. I like that barrel quite a bit in terms of just the boldness. He needs to come at you wider in terms of his cage. He needs to be able to hinge just a looser hip. Top of his hip's just a little too tight. Young man's barrel that comes out next kind of has all the intangible pieces we talk about in these show barrels now. Big spread up high, big stout forearm, bold and open cage, and a big pin set. Doesn't just quite all fit together. It gets a little piecier, rounder in his build, and these heavy ones start to struggle just a little bit more as they go around the ring. Combed up one next is big-legged, just needs to be opened up and more genuine coming in at you. We need to clean up 7 and 8 there in terms of just some condition at this stage of the game. Starting to lay on a little extra fat, and 9 over here gets a little drier and harsher in our rib cage than needs to be, but it's still a lean designed one. Nice class. Let's put your hands together for those kids.
We will now be selecting our heavyweight cross champion from Class 1, Alexander Underwood and Caitlin Graham, and from Class 42, Audrey Davis and Eliana Roberts. Following the selection of our heavyweight, we'll pick our overall cross barrel. So be ready to bring those champion gilts to the show arena in just a moment.
Heavyweight division here in our crosses. The black-headed one that came out of that first class, neat look from the side, very proportional, very well balanced. I thought he was comfortable at the ground in terms of his step. We talked about, length of hip. You can get critical of that one, but that's probably about 99.9% of all show barrows in the crossbred world nowadays that we have to worry about that, but a very good barrow nonetheless. The one that was second, that one's bold, fresh, round rib cage there, big stout. Go ahead and keep showing there, young man. You're doing fine. The big stout, fresh one. We talked about length of stride and comfort level right out of his hock to change him right there. Out of that second class, that red belted one was very fresh centered, big and opened up in the center part of his cage. Needs to be cleaned up ahead of his blade just a little bit there. And the one that was second behind him, a very nice balanced barrel that's heavy structure. Talked about hip and hind leg changing ever so slightly. For me, I like the two out of the first class to be champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our heavyweight crossbow champion, Alex Underwood, and our reserve, Caitlin Graham. We will now bring in Ashley Wabel, our lightweight crossbow champion, to select our overall cross champion. Please go ahead and start bringing up the champion gilt hogs. Once again, please start bringing up our champion gilts. We will call for reserve once we get all the champions up here, so reserves, please be ready to head this way momentarily.
Get out here for champion crossbow barrow, and two very good ones. And I think they bring quality to the table, and yet at the same time probably have the pieces that are extreme in our world right now. We talk about a lightweight that is very fresh, very youthful, open up in his center part of his body cage. The spread is really good. That one's comfortable in his step and his length of his stride. Is he a little moderate? Sure. There's no doubt about it. And where he wants to set that high, rear hind leg, if you're comfortable with that, I'm good. We can have that discussion. But his freshness, his body type, and his mobility are what makes him very, very good. If you're okay with how moderate that one is, and if he has enough feature. The black-headed one that came out of the heavyweight class, that one is tall-shouldered, wild-looking, big spread up high, very proportional, I think, in his look from the side, and one that, is a little bit shorter right at the top of his hip. There's no question about it. And as I said, we probably battled that with about 99% of the hogs in our show pig crossbred world today. I think a very nice, neat pair, very good discussion between the pair of them, and then where you want to layer priorities. I'm going to take one more look. I'll select a champion in the reserve. Put your hands together for these two exhibitors.
Congratulations to Alex Underwood, our champion crossbred barrow.
Reserve comes out here out of that heavyweight division. Bold, stout, square, and very fresh. We talked about length of hip and just comfort level there at the ground. I'd like to change that in that regard. I'll use the lightweight for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Ashley Wabel with the reserve cross barrow. Once again, if you are a gilt breed champion, you need to make your way to the makeup arena. We're going to go ahead and get started with our gilt grand drive. Reserves, be on standby. We'll call you up in just a moment. Last call for breed gilt champions. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Reserve breed champions, please make your way to the makeup arena. Just a reminder, our Pee Wee show will still be at 7 p.m. tonight. It's for ages 5 through 18, and there is a sign-up sheet at the end by the awards of the announcers table. Once again, the Pee Wee show will still be at 7 p.m., and the sign-up sheet is at the end of the announcers table. Last call for the reserve breed champions. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Champion Burke, exhibited by Landon Glunt. Champion Chester, Caden Hine. Champion Duroc, Cole Ritter. Champion Hamp, Caden Hine. Champion Hereford, Caitlin Graham. Champion Landrace, Jacob Blunt. Champion Poland, Ethan Zeller. Champion Spot, Caitlin Graham. Champion York, Jacob Blunt. And Champion Cross, Ethan Zeller. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Outstanding gilt drive. If you could, before we go any further, put your hands together for all these kids and their families. Outstanding set of hogs from top to bottom. Quality runs awfully deep, and I think it's not an easy decision because I think there's several in each of these breeds that really kind of rise to the top. I know we have a top 5 to pick through, and we still have showmanship to get through, so we'll try to be as efficiently as possible here in these grand drives, but we do want to take the time to make sure we evaluate them properly, and more importantly, thank these kids and their families for all their hard work and what they brought out here today. With that said, I think, it comes down to being between several of them, gilts that I like relative to what they do well. They have to be, comfortable. They have to be good skeleton. They have to do things correctly without being too far, on the edge of being messed up, yet at the same time have those extra features and have uniqueness to them that can take our breeds forward in the respective, divisions and breeds. I'll go out and we'll get through these top 5. I'll shake the hand of your grand and we'll roll some reserves out here. One more time, if you could. Put your hands together for these kids and an outstanding job.
Congratulations to Ethan Zeller. We will now bring in Alex Grau with the reserve crossbred gilt.
The last time I come to the mic on this division is after I select your top 5, but I thought that crossbred was awfully unique in terms of just, the way that one's skeleton is put together, comfort level, and that many extras. Thought there was another one out here that pushed our champion extremely hard. Your Hampshire's going to be reserve overall. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Caden Hine. We will now bring in reserve Cooper Kilfoyle. Congratulations to Caitlin Graham with her champion Hereford gilt. We will now bring in reserve Ashley Wabel. Congratulations to Landon Blunt. We will now bring in reserve Burke Cole Ritter. Congratulations to Cole Ritter. Please start bringing up our champion barrows to the makeup arena, and we'll call reserves up in just a moment, but please bring the barrow breed champions to the makeup arena. Results from our gilt grand drive. Champion went to Ethan Zeller with his cross. Reserve went to Caden Hine with his hand. Third overall went to Caitlin Graham with her Hereford. Fourth overall went to Landon Glunt with his Burke. And fifth overall went to Cole Ritter with his Duroc. Please bring the barrow breed champions to the show arena. Last call for barrel breed champions. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Directly following the barrel show, we will begin with junior showmanship. Following the barrel show, we will begin with junior showmanship and then intermediate, and we will end our day on senior showmanship. Reserve breed champions, please make your way to the makeup arena. All barrel reserve champions, make your way to the makeup arena. Burke Barrow champion, Coulter Galloway. Chester, Alex Underwood. Duroc, Keegan Shively. Camp, Ava Lee. Hereford, Trip Baugh. Landrace, Alex Grau. Poland, Caitlin Graham. Spot, Jacob Blunt. Tamworth, Madeline Roberts. York, Ashley Rabel. And Cross, Alex Underwood.
Hi, my name is Mary Rose Wansiedler, and I would like to tell you about how you can contribute to the education and advancement of the 4-H youth here in Hamilton County. We are currently passing buckets around at events like tonight and throughout the fair to help the Hamilton County 4-H Scholarship Program. The scholarships are awarded exclusively to the college-bound 4-H members in Hamilton County. We would like to thank each and every one of you for your generosity and support of the 4-H program.
All right, you guys can just shut them down for about 2 seconds here. I will be brief, but I do want to, I know we're going to have our showmanship to go here, which is exciting. I'm really looking forward to that champion drive of showmen in each of those divisions because I think it's been exceptional today. But before I go any further, and we have a big crowd here, I want to put your hands together for all of our board men and the people in the ring today. Help make this show possible. Really made my life very easy today. They went through them and got through in and out in a very efficient manner, so I thank them a lot. Those of you young people, I know that the county fair means a lot, right? You know, it's kind of one of those things where we talk about it at home where, you know, the county fair is a unique atmosphere, right? It's not like the major shows. It's a little bit different. It's a little more hometowny feel, and it's very important to us individually getting to have an experience at our county fair. You know, we have ours here this next weekend, and it means a lot to you, right? I mean, it's one of those things you're like, oh, it's just the county fair. Maybe if you showed some other shows, but at the same time, it means everything to you because it's all your friends and family getting to watch you and be a part of it here. So I understand the passion and the drive that you guys have wanting to be successful at your county fair and having a good time. So I appreciate you coming out here today wanting to excel and wanting to be good in this type of environment. I still think it's very important that we have these type of activities, this type of a county fair setting for all of our exhibitors and all these people along ringside to come and see what our youth are able to do. Give yourself a big round of applause for all the efforts you put in all year long. I know it means a lot. Guys, it's been a real pleasure today. The quality's been exceptional in both our guild show and our barrel show. Like I said, we're going to run some showmanship here right afterwards and looking forward to that. But with that said, I thought all of our division champions were absolutely outstanding today. Fire them up one more time. Really like a lot of quality here. Let's give them all one more big round of applause. Outstanding set of animals from top to bottom. I thought there was a winner, and I thought it was easy. This is Duroc's champion. Congratulations.
We will now bring in Landon Glunt with the reserve Duroc Barrow.
Check, there we go. Thought that champion Duroc was a stout creature that was really proportional, well built. Like a lot of things about that one. For reserve out here, I do think it becomes so close. That reserve Duroc comes out here and I think competes very nicely. That one's really close in my discussion where we set our hind leg there. I thought the Chester, good barrow there from the side. I thought our spot was an awfully good animal. The one I like second best is our crossbred. Congratulations to this young man.
We will now bring in the reserve cross, Ashley Rabel.
The reserve cross comes out here. We talked about his proportion, his build, his freshness. Thought that one had a lot of quality. He's going to be third overall. Congratulations, young lady. Fourth overall is going to be this young man's reserve Duroc. Congratulations, young man. Fifth overall is going to be this young man's spot directly in front of me. Congratulations.
We're going to go ahead and call up our junior showmanship kiddos. Landon Glunt, Maddie Roberts, Cooper Kilfoyle, Kinley Privet, McKinley Stahlbaum, Davey Scheller, Faith Lehman, Eliana Roberts, Jacob Glunt, and Carrington Roberts. Our junior finalists, please make your way to the show arena for our final showmanship drive. Results from our barrel drive. Our barrel grand champion went to Keegan Shively with his Duroc. Our reserve, Alex Underwood with his Cross. Third overall, Ashley Rabel with her reserve Cross. Fourth overall, Landon Glunt with his reserve Duroc. And fifth overall, Jacob Glunt with his Spot. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Junior showmen, please make your way. Landon Glunt, Maddie Roberts, Cooper Kilfoyle, Austin Tebby, Kinley Privet, McKinley Stahlbaum, Devaney Scheller, Faith Lehman, Eliana Roberts, Jacob Glunt, and Carrington Roberts. Intermediate showmen, please get ready to be called up. Tanner Dawson, Annie Scheller, Ethan Miller, Lainey Mendenhall, Trip Baugh, Audrey Davis, Eva Beckner, Logan Bates, Hallie Scheller, Tegan Horney, Jackson Ritter, and Akira Parker Schmidt. Intermediate showmen, get ready. We're going to call you up in just a moment. Intermediate showmen, Tanner Dawson, Annie Scheller, Ethan Miller, Lainey Mendenhall, Trip Ball, Audrey Davis, Eva Beckner, Logan Bates, Hallie Scheller, Tegan Horney, Jackson Ritter, and Akira Parker Schmidt. Please head towards the show arena for the final intermediate showmanship drive. We would like to remind everybody we have a lot of great food in the pork producers tent, and we would appreciate any support. Don't forget, they'll be here for the rest of the day and evening.
How about a big round of applause for these junior showmen out in the ring? Tell you what, high quality set, top to bottom, and I really think this is where it starts to separate, you know, in our top 5 out here relative to how we can handle ourselves in a big group here. And we're not going to work them all day long here because obviously they've been out here all day. That's how you get a little hot and tired out here, but I do want to make sure we can, you know, evaluate and find our top 5 overall. I'm going to start in 5th, and we're going to talk about our 5th overall showman in this junior division, and then we'll work up and kind of keep that suspense toward our top end and our champion. With that said, we're going to be in 5th place is going to be this young lady directly right here. Congratulations to her. Big round of applause. Great eye contact with me, does the real things correctly. We need to obviously kind of clean off that belly on that barrel ever so slightly, but I thought she kept him moving extremely well out here. That's why she ends up 5th overall. Very nice job. 4th is going to be this young lady directly right here with this belted hog. Congratulations to her with that kill. Great eye contact, great intensity. Maybe every once in a while got jammed up just slightly there amongst her contemporaries in that top end of the ring there, but that one is 5th overall. Excellent, excellent job. I think it steps up another notch. 3rd overall is going to be the young lady right here with the pigtails. Fantastic job. Look the presentation, the skin, the hair quality on that barrel that she drives around the ring. Maybe just not as smooth and as flowing as our top 2 competitors out here, but awfully, awfully good job. The top 2 out here, I think, were awfully close. They were very, very good from top to bottom today. Very impressive. They're smooth. They're comfortable. These are the differences I see. Your champion, I thought, attached himself right to the hip of that pig just a little bit better and more consistently. Kept that one moving just a little at an even pace and still maintained calmness. The one that's reserved probably has a shot more intensity and striking look as they come right out of the gate. At times, maybe just got a little whip happy for me personally right on the head, but I thought both of these young people did an awfully, awfully good job. This young man over here is going to be champion. This one's reserved. Congratulations to these 2.
Results from our junior showmanship finals: 5th overall, Madeline Roberts; 4th overall, Carrington Roberts; 3rd overall, Faith Lehman; reserve champion, Jacob Glunt; and champion, Landon Glunt. Let's give those kids one more round of applause. Senior showmen, you need to get ready to head towards the show arena. Alex Underwood, Caitlin Graham, Ashley Rabel, Ava Lee, Keegan Shively, Taylor Newby, Caden Hine, Ethan Zeller, Charlie Merriman, Madison Shively, Jackson Davis, Eddie Muir, and Jenna Schnarr. Senior showmen, please get ready to head towards the makeup arena. The 2023 Hamilton County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by Co-Alliance. Co-Alliance, your local farmer-owned cooperative, values swine production and the showmen who work so hard on this project. Well done, exhibitors from Co-Alliance Cooperative. Co-Alliance, we deliver. Let's give our sponsor Co-Alliance a round of applause. One last call for senior showmen to please make your way to the makeup arena if you have not already.
Very good set of intermediate showmen out here. One more time, if you could put your hands together for them and all their efforts today. Quality ran deep, and in this champion drive, I thought I got really close in a couple spots of where we make our decision of who's going to be 5, 3, 4, and up the line. The young people that do the best job for me are the ones that really exemplify themselves being able to maneuver through traffic in an aggressive enough manner to keep their pig moving and not stopping and starting, yet doing it with a soft whip and a soft, touch to their animal where they never get hot, they never get bothered. That's a very, very tough combo to have, of being aggressive enough, yet having the fortitude to be able to stay in control. And that to me is a very, very challenging thing. For 5th overall today, I think it was really close between a pair of them of who's going to be 5th and ultimately 6th, and I'll mention who's 6th in a minute just so everybody has some reference here. For me, the young lady in the pastel shirt over here in the blue is going to be 5th with her Duroc barrel. Give her a big round of applause. Great job of maneuvering in and out of competition there. Did want you to maybe have that barrel cleaned off just a little bit better for me, but I thought you would be able to maneuver and get out in the middle was very good. In 6th today, just for reference, young man with that Hereford barrel, you were 6th. Awesome job, great eye contact with me. Loved the way you maneuvered around the ring. Unfortunately, every once in a while, we're just a little more upright and stop and start in our discussion in the way we moved our pig around the ring. The 4th overall today is going to be the young lady in the green shirt directly in front of me. Love your aggressiveness, your intensity right out of the gate. Love those things about you. I thought when we had the whole group out here, young lady, you got just a little jammed up. Maybe just didn't float quite as neatly across the center of the ring. That's where we'd like to change you, but an awesome job by her. 3rd is going to be the young man in the red shirt over here. Give him a big round of applause. Love your intensity, young man. Like the way you maneuver yourself around the ring. Every once in a while, you get just a little far forward on that barrel, stay attached right to that hip-loin junction. I think that will allow you to kind of maneuver in and out of crowds just a little more easily. Second overall today is going to be the young lady with the red belted banner directly in front of me. Very calm, relaxed showman in terms of her, kind of facial expression there. Does a good job of getting in and out of traffic and getting out in the middle, kind of that 10 to 15 foot range as much as possible. Very, very nice job by her. I thought our champion today did all the things that I would ask of a showman. They drove their animal at a consistent pace. The animals presented extremely well in terms of skin and hair. They're very soft with their whip, yet very aggressive in how they maneuver in and out. I thought it was real easy. Young man with the Hereford gilt in front of me, congratulations, you're champion.
Results from intermediate showmanship: 5th overall, Annie Scheller; 4th overall, Eva Beckner; 3rd overall, Logan Bates; reserve grand champion, Audrey Davis; and champion, Jackson Ritter. Let's give those kids a round of applause. One last time, we want to thank Ben Cooley for joining us today from Sterling, Colorado. Ben is a graduate of Colorado State University with a degree in animal science. He was a member of the 2002 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team, and he is a former animal science professor and livestock judging coach at Northeastern Junior College. Ben is currently a livestock production specialist for Zoetis and co-owner of Flatland Show Pigs, where they run about 80 sows. Let's put our hands together and thank Ben one more time for joining us today. And one last time, let's thank our swine barn superintendent, John Higginbotham, all of the volunteers in the ring and behind the scenes, the parents, our 4-H maintenance staff, and our office ladies who do a great job putting on an amazing fair, and that we couldn't do it without any of you or our 4-Hers. So let's give all those people a round of applause for their hard work and dedication to this program.
awfully deep and competitive set of senior showmen. If you would, show your appreciation for all their efforts. Someone always asks me, how do you win showmanship, and how do you win showmanship at the county fair or, at your show? And I said, well, you don't win it there. You win it at home. And it takes hours and hours and hours. And I'll tell you, if there's any one thing, people ask me about trends all the time, where we're at in the industry, what changes, what comes and goes. I'll tell you right now, what is elevated the most in the last 5 to 10 years is this right here. The ability to get them drove at a high elite level. I mean, I think I won quite a bit of showmanship when I was a kid. I wouldn't even stand a chance with a 9-year-old today. It wouldn't even be close. They would smoke me, and it wouldn't even been close with what we do nowadays and how well we drive them and present them. So it starts at home, and it starts with all the hard work, and it's pretty evident with these young people out there of how well they do it. I tell you what, these top 5 are close. There's little things to start to separate them. And sometimes it does come down to who's working the best with them and their partner, dance partners I call it, on the day of the show to allow them to win. But I thought an awfully deep set. We'll start at number 5, and number 5 is going to be the young lady in the blue striped shirt with the belted gilt over here. Big round of applause to her. I thought intensity coming out of the gate was as good as we could ever ask for right there. With young lady, your dancing partner wanted to kind of stop and start on you just a little bit there. Got jammed up every once in a while, but being 5th overall at this county fair, very big accomplishment to her. 4th overall is going to be the young lady with the Hereford gilt directly in front of me. Really liked how calm she was, yet still intense enough at the same time. I would tell you, young lady, the reason you're 4th today and maybe not in that top 3 spot, your gilt just need to catch a second gear, be able to hit some holes just a little bit sooner. But awesome job to that young lady there. Then we get into our top 3, and I thought it got really, really close. The person that's in 3rd today is this young man with the belted barrel directly in front of me. Fantastic work. So intense, so intense. I love your intensity, young man. What got you in 3rd for me today was your barrow didn't want to hit the holes maybe just quite as consistently as 2 others out here as far as just a nice, even, calm pace. That young man's intensity, though, is the way I like it. Big congratulations to him. We get down to our top 2, and if you're watching ringside, I don't think it should be any concept of who the top 2 are. Just to talk about them briefly, and then I'll tell you who's champion and who's reserve. So no particular. One of them is the young lady in the white shirt with the Hereford gilt in front of me. Very smooth, very calm, very relaxed. That's what I absolutely love about her. She never gets in a hurry. Her and that animal in perfect sync going around the ring. They drive at a constant, even pace. They really do a nice job together. She's very calm and very relaxed in the way she kind of presents herself out here. At times, maybe you could fire up and have a shot more intensity, but I think it matches your gilt's pace and the way you drive your animal around the ring. The other one in contention, young man in the green shirt. I tell you what, from the very onset, the first time this young man came in the ring today, he is a gamer. Absolutely killer in his look, the way he presents his animals, skin, hair, presentation. Very quick at hitting the holes in the right location and being calm and relaxed. Maybe, his barrel is not quite as smooth and fluid as the gilt today, but I thought the intensity, the way that young man drove around the ring every single time in the ring, absolute killer. 2 excellent showmen. Guys, I had a fun, fantastic day today. This has been a wonderful county fair. One more big round of applause for all these exhibitors. Young man, you'll be champion. Young lady, you'll be reserved.
Congratulations to Keegan Shively. He will be representing the Swine Barn in Supreme Showmanship on Monday night. Reserve champion, Caitlin Graham. 3rd overall, Caden Hine. 4th overall, Ashley Rabel. And 5th overall, Madison Shively. Congratulations, guys.